Hello, dear students.
I think most of the participants have been joined to this meeting. So now we are going to start our webinar. So very good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Kishore Ingole. Recording. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So very good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Kishore Ingole, organizing secretary of this webinar. I heartily welcome all of you with a great pleasure in one-day national webinar on Dalit Discourse in Indian Literature, organized by the Department of English of this college. At the outset of the team of Shivaji is needed to welcome all the participants who are joined by logging Zoom app and who are watching live on YouTube also. So friends, I am very happy to say that we are received overwhelming response from all over the India. First, I heartily welcome to our chief patron, our mentor, the pioneer of our parent society, Sri Shivaji Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Hingoli, Honorable Mr. Shivaji Rao Pawar, ex-education officer, Jilla Parishad Hingoli. I heartily welcome an inaugurator of this inaugural session, my guide, Honorable Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, Professor, Director, UGC HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalay, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. I heartily welcome the keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Rekha Sethi Madam, Associate Professor, Indraprasth College for Women, University of Delhi. I cordially welcome nationally well-known acclaimed scholars and the academicians, today's speakers, Dr. Milind Pandit sir and Professor Yas Prabhar sir. I heartily welcome our friend and today's chairperson for technical session, Honorable Dr. Rohidas Nitonde sir. I cordially welcome today's guest of honor for valedictory session, Honorable Dr. Mahesh Nivargi sir. I welcome our tireless and dynamic principal, Dr. B.G. Gaikwad sir, Vice Principal, Dr. Bala Sahib Shivsagar sir, and Head Department of English, Dr. Manisha Gavli ma'am. Friends, I am very happy to say that so many researchers have sent their research articles related the themes for the upcoming book. Friends, we know that the Dalit discourse in Indian literature is not confined only to the life condition and the struggle of the people on the lowest rung of the social hierarchy, but vividly and candidly portrays the whole socio-political, religio-economic, and cultural perspective. The word Dalit discourse is also a crucial, and it is an emphasis not on voice or the borrowed theory, but an autonomous language to articulate a Dalit view of the world. So we have organized this webinar on such a wonderful topic. So friends, I invite the tireless and the dynamic principal of my college, Honorable Dr. Gaikwad sir, to deliver the welcome address. Gaikwad sir, over to you, sir.
Okay, sir. Good morning to everybody. It is a glorious moment to extend my warm wishes on behalf of our college, Shivaji College Hingoli. I, Dr. B.G. Gaikwad, the principal of this college, welcome you all on the virtual platform of the national webinar. Our chief patron, Honorable Mr. Shivaji Rao Pawar, ex-education officer, Jilla Parishad Hingoli, or President and Society, Sri Shivaji Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Hingoli, Honorable Mrs. Mandatai Pawar, Vice Principal Sri Sagar sir. Before I start this webinar, on behalf of the whole college, I want to convey my heartfelt gratitude to the inaugurator, Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, Professor, Director UGC, HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalay Sagar, the keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Rekha Sethi Madam, Associate Professor, Indraprasth College for Women, University of Delhi, the resource person, Dr. Milind Pandit from Arts, Commerce and Science College, Ahmedabad, Professor S. Prabhar, Dean Faculty of Indian and Other Language, MSU University, Tamil Nadu, the chairperson, Dr. Rohidas Nitonde from Sri Shivaji College, Albany, and the guest of honor for the valedictory function, Dr. Mahesh Nivargi, Chairman, BUS in English from our affiliated university, SRTU Nanded, for accepting the invitation and spending their precious time with us in this national webinar on Dalit Discourse in Indian Literature, organized by the English department of our college. I congratulate Dr. Manisha Gauli ma'am, head, and Dr. Kishore Ingole, IQC coordinator, for the organizing such a wonderful webinar. On behalf of my institution, I compel to all participants from various parts of the state and nation are joined to this webinar. Webinar are organized and conducted for the general evidence to gain insight and information that would remain effective in their life, exercise, and work. Dalit literature is the literature of the Dalit, by the Dalit, and for the Dalit. Dalit is not a new word. Apparently, it was used in 1930 as a Hindi and Marathi translation of depressed class, a term of British use for what are now called the scheduled caste. In 1970s, the Dalit Pensions reviewed the terms and expanded its reference to include scheduled tribe, poor peasant, women, and all those being exploited politically, economically, and the name and in the name of religion. So Dalit is not a caste. It is a symbol of change and revolution. The term was first used by Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, a social reformer in Maharashtra, to describe the oppressive condition of the untouchable and outcast of Western India. I ensure the webinar will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. Thank you, one and all. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such a wonderful welcome speech. Now I request an enthusiastic head of the Department of English, Honorable, and the convener of this webinar, Honorable Dr. Manisha Gauli ma'am, to deliver the introductory speech.
Good morning to all of you. Initially, I would like to welcome to all the participants in this one-day national webinar on the discourse in Indian literature. Chief patron of the webinar, Honorable Shivaji Raoji Pawar sir, former Education Officer Hingoli. Chief inaugurator of this webinar, Honorable Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, Director UGC HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Vishwavidyalay Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Rekha Sethi ma'am, Associate Professor, Indraprasth College for Women, University of Delhi. Plenary speaker, Dr. Milind Pandit sir, Professor of English and member of BOS, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Another plenary speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. S. Prabhar, Dean, Faculty of Indian and Other Languages, Manian, Sundarnar University, Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. Technical Sessions Chairperson, Honorable Dr. Rohidas Nitonde sir, Associate Professor, Department of English, Shivaji College, Parbhani, Maharashtra. Today's guest of honor, respected Dr. Mahesh Nivargi sir, Professor, Department of English, Mahatma Gandhi Mahavidyalaya, Ahmedpur, and Chairman, BOS, Board of Studies in English at SRT Swami Ramananda Tirtha Marathwada University, Nanded. Our respected principal, Dr. B.G. Gaikwad, sir. Our vice principal, Honorable Dr. B.S. Shirsagar, sir. My colleague and the organizing secretary of this webinar, Dr. Kishore Ingole, sir, and all the dear participants. Today we are here for this one-day national webinar on Dalit, the discourse in Indian literature. As it is noted that the word Dalit has many layers of meaning since it is used in the mainstream literature. It is basically the outcome of centuries of hatred and injustice done by the upper to the downtrodden, especially Shudras in India. Thousands of years of history of manipulation, then suppression and injustice blown down by a visionary leader, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, who spent his whole life in the reformation of Indian society. Many people, including some academic scholars, restrict Ambedkar's contribution to Dalits only. But it is not so. The peak point of Dalit reformation can be stressed in the mass conversion of Ambedkar with his lakhs of followers on 14th October 1956 in Nagpur, where he converted to Buddhism with 380,000 followers. It was the largest mass conversion in modern India. No literature is devoid of events happen in the society, and hence we find the literature that means novels, short stories, poetries, biographies, and autobiographies in native Indian languages embodies these upheavals in the pre and post independence India. The very objective of this webinar is to find and mark the Dalit discourse appeared in literature. I hope the deliberations will bring forward the issues and challenges in this field at present. The webinar will also find the present state of Dalit movement in Indian and its connotations in various fields, social, cultural, political, economic, and obviously in academia. Looking at the present scenario, still atrocities are done on the Dalits and the marginalized, which a blow to the inclusive development of our country. Leaving behind a major section of society, how can we imagine India as a Vishwaguru? The concept becomes hollow if we are not considering the people who have contributed in the development of the country since centuries. We are familiar with some horrible events in the last few years and months happen in Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Kerala, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and other places where mercilessly some men, women, even children hacked to death by the upper class people. Where are we leading India? It is a very crucial question. Where do we lag behind? It is worrisome that the political scene of our country is drastically changing to the negative direction. Opposite to the visionary leaders like Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Mahatma Gandhi, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and many more proposed. The level of political confrontation is going down. Friends, I feel it is our responsibility to respond to such events as possibly as we can through the ways which are available to us. I am definitely sure that the webinar will do justice to the topic chosen and make deliberation in a positive manner. So, this is what I wish to share with all of you on this platform. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my views. I also express my gratitude towards all the participants, all my colleagues for listening silently to me. Thank you, one and all. And again, I request Mr. Ingole sir to proceed further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your introductory note. Let me introduce our today's inaugurator of this webinar, Honorable Dr. R.T. Bedre sir. Honorable Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, he is graduated from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, affiliated college, Jnana Upasak, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Parbhani, Maharashtra in 1994. He did his master's in English from Maharashtra Udaygiri Mahavidyalaya Udgir, affiliated to the same university in 1996 with the gold medal. He has completed his MPhil degree from Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, Tamil Nadu in 2005 in distance mode. Then Bharati Vidyapit Pune conferred the doctoral degree for his thesis, The Dramatic Art of Girish Karnad's, a critical study in 2009. Then he has completed the 3 minor research projects sponsored by University Grants Commission and 1 research project financed by Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, and 1 research project financed by ICSSR, Western Regional Center, Mumbai, and 1 major research project sponsored by UGC. Dr. Bedre sir has under his supervision, 10 candidates have been awarded degree of PhD with him as the research supervisor, and 4 candidates earned the degree of MPhil under his research guidance. Then Honorable Bedre sir has authored 7 books, including a play in English. He has edited 4 books. His more than 50 papers have been published in journals, conference proceedings. He contributed his articles on higher education issues in the University News published Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi. Then he started his career as a lecturer in English in August 1996 in Arts, Commerce and Science College, Gangakhed, District Parbhani, Maharashtra. Then he moved to Sri Pandit Guru Pardikar Mahavidyalaya, Sirsala, District Bid, Maharashtra as a full-time principal in September 2013. He has been serving Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh as a full-time director of UGC Human Resource Development Center since October 2019. Then his area of interest is Indian English drama and higher education in India. So now we are going to listen the most distinguished personality, none other than our inaugurator, who is a North Star in the blue sky of our region. My guide, my mentor, my master, Honorable Dr. Bedre sir, Professor, Director, UGC HRDC, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, to address the audience. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are not audible. I think there is a technical problem from his side.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay. आवाज येत नाही आपला आवाज येत नाही.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, yes. So Bedre sir, so we are waiting for Honorable Dr. Bedre sir. Bedre sir. Bedre sir. Hello, Bedre sir. आपला आवाज आहे ना चालू सर येत नाही ना सरांचा माईक चालू इसके आवाज येत सराव द्यायचं त्याला जय म्हणलं
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir, you are audible.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
लेकिन आप क्या आवाज है? Hello. No.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Do you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
But I'm not able to listen to you. Am I audible now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. At the outset, let me express my apology. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. At the outset, let me express my deep apologies for being late. And there was some technical problem on my side. I was able to listen to you, but somehow my speaker was not working. Anyway, let me come to the job that I have been assigned to. Honorable Chairperson and Patron of this one-day national webinar on Dalit Discourse in the Indian Literature, Honorable Shri Shivaji Raoji Pawar, one of the trustees of Shri Shivaji Literature Society in Hingoli. I think there is some disturbance from your own side. Please mute others. Keynote speaker of this webinar, Professor Eka Sethi from the University of Delhi. Dr. Ingole, there is some disturbance from your own side.
No, sir.
Please mute yourself. I think some voice is there. Okay. Plenary speaker, my friend, Dr. Milind Panditji from Ambad. Then another resource person, Professor S. Prabharji from Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. Another friend of mine, Dr. Rohidas Mitondiji from Shivaji College, Parvani. And guest of honor, Professor Mahesh Nevargiji, Chairman Board of Studies of English from Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. Principal of the college, Dr. B.S. Gaikwadji. Vice Principal, Dr. B.S. Shisagarji. All other members of the college. Convener of the webinar, Dr. Manisha Gauriji. Organizing Secretary, Dr. Kishore Ingoliji. Other members of the college and their participants. I need someone to know whether I'm audible with you or not. Devananji, am I audible? Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. And before I proceed, let me complete the job of the inauguration. I hereby officially and formally declare that this one-day national webinar on Dalit discourse in Indian literature is inaugurated. Because that is the thing. Without cutting the ribbon, you cannot go inside. So let me declare that. Dear friends, Shivaji College, Hingoli is one of the premier institutes of Swami Ramananda Tirth Marathwada University. And to be premier, just name of the college, just patrons of the college do not matter much. The most important is or are the faculty members working over there. Because I know that there are some institutes which are known by the people who work there. And in a very short period, I think not more than 20 or 21 years, the college has received a recognition in all corners of higher education. And as far as this webinar goes, Dr. Ingoliji and Dr. Gauri are in constant touch with me. And as I see the journey of the title of this webinar, we started with Dalit consciousness. Then we moved on to presence of Dalit literature in Indian literature. And finally, we zeroed on that is Dalit discourse in Indian literature. That was the thing. So consciousness to presence and presence to discourse. This evolution of the topic, or the evolution of the title of the topic, is equally applicable to the journey of Dalit literature in India. First of all, the consciousness of being Dalit that has been there for time immemorial. Since some groups of the society have been marginalized, have been deprived, injustice has been made on them, they know that they have been marginalized for a long time. But a discourse develops when certain things take place in a systematic manner. Now, we people may have some disagreement regarding the word Dalit. But remember, Dalit literature has got its own identity, its own unique feature in terms of content and style that one has to take into consideration. The content of Dalit literature is far different from the mainstream literature or other types of literature in India and anywhere else. Dear friends, now the discourse, to develop a discourse, the precondition was awareness of being marginalized, the awareness of being deprived, the awareness of being justice being denied. So many things are there. And these things were there, no doubt. These things were there, no doubt. But to arrive in the arena of literature, the precondition was ability to read and write. And ability to read and write among these groups came quite later. Quite later. We know that we can very comfortably say that till the second half of the 19th century, access to education, we can't use the word right to education then. Access to education was confined to a particular section of the society, and then among them also those who can afford education. That was there. But we know that in the course of time, particularly with the conscious effort, with the ceaseless efforts of some people like Mahatma Phuleji, by the end of the, we can say 19th century and in the beginning, of course, by the end of the 19th century. And then we have Rajrishi Shahu Maharaj in the early quarter of the 20th century. And then the next 50 years have been, I can say, influenced by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So the credit of bringing Dalit consciousness, we can say, Dalit in literary arena goes to these people and more or many like them. If we just give the credit to these three people, it will be injustice to remaining people there. Because we know that, particularly in Maharashtra, Bhaurav Patil and so many people are there. So many people are there who were strongly influenced by these people. I can't say what things are or what things have been in some other regions of the nation, regions of the country. But particularly in Maharashtra, there is a long tradition of the people whom we can call social reformers, whom we can call educationists, who were strongly influenced by the works of Dr. Ambedkar, Rajrishi Shahu Maharaj, Mahatma Phule, and so many people, and who worked for the upliftment of these marginalized people. And they knew very well that the key to upliftment of these people is in education. And we know very famous quote of Mahatma Phule that everything that untoward happened with these people was the absence of education. And these enlightened people, I should say, I should not call enlightened soul, but I would rather say enlightened people work in that direction and they empower these people to write something. Now, the word Dalit, as I was listening to, I think, Dr. Ingoliji and Principal Dr. Gaikwad sir, and somewhere there was some mention that the word Dalit was coined by Mahatma Phule. Very right, very true. The term Dalit is coined by Mahatma Phule. But the question is whether the term Dalit is social or political. In the recent times, the word Dalit has become more a political term than a social one. Now, the synonym for Dalit in English can be downtrodden. Now, for the downtrodden, those people who were deprived, who were denied access to education, or we can say who were denied opportunity for their own empowerment. And remember, we know that the word untouchability plays a significant role there, very significant role. Now, one may say that there is again a hierarchy in practicing untouchability also. Please remember it, there is some hierarchy. We know that, we experience that even a so-called Kshatriya or so-called ruling class enters in a particular house. Even today, different cups and different plates are risen. I too have my personal experience. When I entered, one of my priestly class friends, I remember that I was also offered tea in a separate cup. It was rather in broken stage. Now remember that one group practices untouchability, the rest of the groups. Again, the second group practices untouchability to the other group that are at the bottom. But remember that the word untouchability can be used only in that sense when all the remaining sections of the society practice untouchability against a particular section of society. That is here important. That I was telling you another thing. Now, let us think of discourse. As I told you that we cannot say that Dalit consciousness is enough to develop a discourse. Just presence of Dalit writing in the mainstream writing is enough to develop a Dalit discourse. Discourse, when we use the word discourse in Hindi, I think it is called vimarsh. And it is an intellectual term. It is a scholarly term that has been used, that has been practiced by the scholars in literature or in social science. So I was telling you that in the beginning of Dalit writing, we see that Dalit writing was written to express their pains at the initial stage. what pain they undergo, what injustice they undergo, what agony they have to face, those occupied the major portion of Dalit writing. But in the course of time, we see that gradually, as education was there, as some leaders were there, as I named in the beginning, there was a kind of motivation. There was a kind of inspiration, and gradually these people began to become aware of the injustice meted out to them. And then we see that there is the protest. First of all, there is a protest. As Dr. Baba Ambedkar rightly said, or so many people have been saying that. Unless you make these people aware that you are being unjust to the other, being injustice meted out to them, they will not revolt. And the same happened. Gradually, we see that there was a protest. There is a literature of protesters. Afterwards, remember, expression of pain, then protest, and then there began a struggle, a strong demand for different kinds of rights. And remember, at the bottom of everything lie the human rights. And we know that the very human rights were denied to a large section of society because of the social order existing in India. And what we see there, after human rights, there was some demand for social rights. Now, what is social right? Being treated as equal to others, not inferior to others, not anyway less significant, not anyway second citizen or second-rate citizen. These things were going on. Then we see that there was demand from financial opportunities as well. Remember, financial opportunities as well. As the members of the nation, as the citizen of the nation, all people must have all access or opportunity to financially empower themselves. So that was there. And lastly, that is political rights. And here the problem appears. Political rights. Now, when we say political rights in democracy. And in democracy, we see that, as we know that in one stroke, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ji offered the right to plebiscite or right to vote, one and all. There was no discrimination. And there began, we can say, there began a struggle, there began a conflict. Now, political right, when we say political right to vote, right to contest election, and right to be the part of the ruling mechanism that was there. And my dear friends, here the discourse stage appears. Here we come to the stage of discourse. And my dear friend, many people say that there are so many root causes of conflict, but to me, the only cause of conflict is power. Power in society, power in finance, power in politics. And unless one group is not ready to share power with others, the conflict will go on forever. The conflict can be seen in the family, conflict can be seen in establishment, conflict can be seen in some body, anywhere. If power sharing is there, no issue is there. We can see that, we can set a simple example. When a newlywed daughter-in-law begins to exercise her power, there is a conflict between her and mother-in-law, father and son. And same goes on. In society also, when political rights are there, we know that for the long time, the power has been vested in the hands of different people. But we know that due to the equality for all the people there, I am not confining myself to the about Dalit only, but all the marginalized people. We can count women also there. And since when reservation in politics is there, we see that there is a rise in conflict. And here the stage of discourse comes. And please remember, in Maharashtra particularly, I can say that we do not disassociate Dr. Ambedkar from Dalit right or Dalit discourse. And very true. Because Dr. B.R. Ambedkar ji has been a constant source of inspiration, constant source of motivation. And not only that, he has given a momentum to the Dalit discourse. A momentum was given there. And remember, not only in that, but in manner also, Dalit writing highly differ from the mainstream writing. Now, how it is different? In Dalit writing, we don't find any kind of romance. We don't find any kind of idealism. We don't find any kind of, I can say, utopian world. It is highly realistic. We don't find sugar-coated word, direct language there. We can listen to, I think, if I remember correctly, Dalit poet was there who was strongly associated with Dalit Panther movement, Namdev Desai. See the language he uses. So my point was, my final conclusion is here that Dalit literature, its beginning, its journey, beginning with pain, finally come to Dalit discourse. Now there are so many people, I can see the rich galaxy of the resource persons over here, and Dr. Pandit, Dr. Milim Pandit is there, who is going to dissect, analyze, and all other things he will do that. But at the last word, I would say that on my part, what I say will not be the last word of this webinar, but what I see that the sessions to come will focus light on what Dalit discourse in detail is, what had been its features, what had been its journey, what it has achieved, and what things it had to achieve in the time to come. So at the end, I would extend my best wishes for the fruitful and thoughtful deliberations that are going to take place in this webinar. Thank you. Over to you, Kishore.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking inaugural address, which has set a perfect platform for our participants. Now, friends, let me introduce our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Rekha Sethi ma'am. She is a writer, scholar, translator, and editor. She is an associate professor and the coordinator of the Translation and Translation Studies Center at Indraprasth College for Women, University of Delhi. She has authored 5 books, edited 8, and translated a poetry collection from English to Hindi. She has also published extensively in leading literary journals, presented her work at international and national fora. She recently co-organized a web lecture series on women writings in India with Dr. Fauzia Farooqi, South Asian Studies Program, Princeton University, and is currently the chair of 3 lecture series on Indian literature of the marginalized society at Duke University, USA. She has also published extensively in leading literary journals and has presented her work at international and national conferences, literary meets, and literary festivals in India, Europe, and the USA. Her latest publication is an edited volume titled Krishna Sopti, a counter archive published by Routledge, United Kingdom. So now we are going to listen the woman of distinct vision, a fountainhead of illuminating ideas, Honorable Dr. Rekha Sethi ma'am, Associate Professor, Indraprasth College for Women, University of Delhi, to say knowledgeable words to all of us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Ingole. I am greatly touched to be a part of this webinar today. A very good morning to everyone present here. I extend my warm greetings to the patron of the uh, college and seminar, Dr. Pawar, and listening to Professor Bedre was a pleasure in itself, because I think the keynote address has already been done by Professor Bedre. I also extend my warm greetings to Professor Pandit, Professor Prabhar, Dr. Nivargi, Dr. Nitonde, and Principal of the college, Dr. Gaikwad, Vice Principal, Head of the Department English, and everyone present here. Actually, I really thank Professor Ingole to have invited me to deliver this address, but I'm at the same time very, very humbled at the invitation, because I know for sure, like when I heard Professor Bedre speaking, that many of you, particularly in Marathwada, would have worked on Dalit studies much more than what I have done. So your knowledge, maybe I can be enriched by what you all know already. I come from a position where I happen to work on, that book was published in 2 volumes. I was working on women's poetry in Hindi particularly, and I had taken up contemporary women poets. And because I strongly feel that all women poets are not a homogeneous group, and I was looking at these 2 poets, one Dalit poet, Sushila Tagore-ji, and the other Adivasi poet, Nirmala Putul. So there were some intersections between the equations of caste and gender, or the class and gender. So I happened to publish a paper in an international journal titled Feminist Voices from the Margins of Caste and Class in Context of Contemporary Hindi Poetry. And my interaction with Sushila Tagore-ji was very, very insightful. Actually, I read her poetry, I read her fiction, and also the autobiography. And it opened up a new world to me. I have been teaching this paper on Dalit discourse for quite a long time in my university. And I happened to read many available material on that. And I'm also proud to share with you that today, as we speak, in Delhi University, the heads of the department in both Hindi department and English department, both literature departments, are the Dalit scholars, professors themselves. So it has been I should say it has been a great journey for these 2 professors, and it also kind of raises many complexities about the caste, the multiple intersections it makes with other kinds of marginalizations that we need to look at Dalit discourse when we are trying to take a position on Dalit discourse in Indian literature. When all these, it has been almost 30 years now that we have been actively engaging with some identity-based discourses. Particularly when I say identity-based discourses, we know that as there became a space for postmodern literary criticism. So postmodern literary criticism kind of center staged the voices from the margins, be it the women's voice, be it the Dalit voices, and to this umbrella, even the minority discourses, or recently the LGBTQ discourses. These all discourses were added to it. The main objective of these discourses was to displace the so-called mainstream. Actually, as Professor Bedre was speaking, I could realize that whenever we are talking about the margins, we also have to understand who is creating this margin. So there has to be something which is the mainstream or the center stage, and the other which has been put on the margin. Now, if the major part of the society, be it Dalits, Bahujans, women, the bonded labor, prostitutes, you can think of the major part of the society has been put into the margin. So how can the margin be bigger than the mainstream? But in India, we see such situations. Professor Bedre very rightly said, it is all about the power relations. The power relations which are very, very central to any social order. So it is not just about men, women, two groups of people, basis of caste, class, but it is about the individuals and the social order. The kind of social order we live in today, it has been for centuries actually. Actually, not just centuries, but the caste system has been there for millennium, more than the millennium. And the earliest readings, writings have pointed out to this kind of discrimination. The Buddhist literature, right in the beginning, has pointed out to this kind of society which discriminates amongst individuals, and you have to seek a deliverance. So Buddha is an icon who rejects this caste system, who rejects the structures made by the Varnashram or the Vedic society, and they were all very divisive systems. And the humanitarian message of Buddha helped us challenge those kind of hierarchies. But the main objective of these discourses is to displace this kind of hierarchies. There is a common factor in all these discourses, that they seek to redefine and relocate the self in a very specific way. When I say the specific way, I can visualize 3-4 common tenets in all these discourses. Seeking self here is like a search of truth. The truth, I say, the truth because it has to be defined from within, and it has to question. Mahatma Phule started Satya Shodhak Samaj. Satya Shodhak, it's the quest for the truth. And that truth comes from questioning the existing structures. This self is also located here in a socio-political context. So we cannot delineate literature from the socio-political context. So literature is not a kind of a creation or a creativity or a living into an imaginary world. So it is not just related to, like in Rasa theory, we had the objective of the great epics was to give ananda. So the new aesthetics in all these discourses aim to disrupt those theories, disrupt those poetics, and relocate the self in a socio-political reality. All these discourses are also about discrimination. Discrimination based on caste, class, gender, and other such multiple issues. These discourses about the strategies of liberation, they are about convergence. They are about inclusion of all those who have been excluded. If we look at the creative strategies I'm talking about, angst in all these literatures is also a common factor. Angst, these are the literatures of resistance. These are the literatures of angst, rebellion, protest. And as the content is changing, the idiom of language is also changing. It is about lived experiences. It is about mapping the memories. I'll go to this mapping the memories again. It is about creating historiographics. It is about the vision of a more equitable and just society. It is about tools to create and analyze literature in a new way. It is about inclusion and the process of dismantling centuries-old edifice of aesthetics. I call it, it is about changing the DNA of literary study. It is not easy to dismantle the old edifice, but in the process, literary criticism has to undergo a change. It is not true just about the Indian literary scene, but it is a global phenomenon. The very recent Nobel Prize awarded to Abdul Razak Gunrah is an affirmation of the changing scenario of the literary appreciation. Professor Bedre was talking about redefining the key word of this webinar, Dalit. There was a time during national movement, most of the time when Ambedkar was arguing for the rights, it was referred to as depressed classes. But beyond that, it also referred to the Shudras, and they were called by many different names, Achut, Chandal, Mahar. There was some distinction also, because there were hierarchies within the hierarchy. So, how do we reflect on the word Dalit? And Professor Bedre rightly pointed out that it is to be seen as in a more political sense. Political in the sense, it has come to be accepted in literary discourse and also in the socio-political discourse, replacing many other words such as Harijan, depressed classes, untouchables, or the scheduled caste and tribes. It is almost equivalent to SC/ST. So it is representative of the 80% of the population of the country which has been marginalized. See, what are the strange ways? We have a constitution which entrusts us with equality. And we live in a country which has not been able to free itself from the manual scavenging. So most of the people are living in such deplorable condition that these social realities are to be, I think we can in a way how do I define it? Like there is no excuse for this. There is no excuse for as we celebrate Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we need to re-look at the condition by like the Dalit literature or the Dalit, particularly the autobiographies, when they are talking about their experiences and they are narrating, giving us various narratives. They are saying these narratives are not important. They are important, but what is more important is why do we have a social order which allows such kind of discrimination? So the main premise or the first and the foremost premise of Dalit literature is that the literature written by the Dalits and focused on the Dalit problems should be included as a Dalit literature. I know I'm speaking to a very, very informed audience, so I don't wish to go into the details of this, but I will, of course, try to pin those debates once again. Why only the literature written by the Dalit and not the literature written on the basis of sympathies by the Savarna writers which portray the Dalit characters. You would remember the famous debate around the novel by Premchand, Rang Bhumi, which portrays, or the story Afan, which portrays Sadgati, Thakur Ka Kuan. So I can count endless number of stories or endless number of literature written by Savarna writers. It is about the problems of the Dalit. It is about, even Premchand has written many essays and editorials which focus the problems of the Dalit. But the Dalit literature does not wish to include that literature into the Dalit literature, do not wish to recognize it as Dalit literature, and it has been kept out of the Dalit discourse. The criticism against it, as I was just talking to you about Professor Rajkumar, who's the head of the Department of the English in University of Delhi, Professor Rajkumar has strongly argued that the depiction of the Dalit characters in Savarna literature is as lazy, untruthful, unhygienic, with different food habits. They are the dark and depressed characters who are to be despised. So the Dalit discourse wishes to fight against such biases with great angst and the two important anthologies of the Indian literature, which have been translated into English. And they are the Arjun Dangle's The Poisoned Bread, which was published in 1992, and another one, Listen to the Flames, which was published in 2016, I think. And that has been edited by Tapan Basu, Indraneel Acharya, and A. Mangai. They kind of focus on the literature created by the vast body of literature created by Dalit writers, and how these Dalit writers have talked about their own experiences and have tried to center stage their problems. When they try to do this, they're trying to shift the optics. They are trying to give a new lens to the same old problem. And when we look at this lens, we find that the problem, or the way in which we were looking at the Dalit characters, it is very, very different. Now we see that the modern Dalit literature seems to us as the literature of resistance, literature of awakening. It's a cry for justice. And this literature finds itself in solidarity with the world literature of the marginalized, like the Black literature or the Asian African literature or other such classes. But it finds itself equivalent to all other world literatures in that way, the voices of the marginalized. But if we are to look at its relationship with Indian literary tradition, then also we find some new formulations that are created. Of course, it rejects the so-called elite literature or the high tradition of literature, Sanskrit literature. And it associates itself either to the Buddhist literature or to the Sant Sahitya of the medieval period. Because both these literatures try and interrogate us. They have, like I was reading a Buddhist study, like Buddha, when he asks somebody when he is to leave for the renunciation, and he gets his head shaved off. So he also feels that it is his responsibility to give that service to the other also. So any profession does not remain caste-based. Buddha challenges that. In Sant Sahitya, it is very important for us to know that Kabir is a weaver, Raidas is a shoemaker, somebody is a ironsmith. So the caste and the profession are linked to their literary identities. And literary identities, though this whole Sant Sahitya is a kind of a prayer or obeisance, but it is disturbing the hegemonies of the social structures as well. When Kabir says, जाति पाति पूछे नहीं कोई, हरि को बजे सो हरि का हुई. So it is disrupting the hierarchy or the hegemony of the caste and class, and king is no longer the king when he says कि चहु जुगते राजा, चारों युगों का राजा ब्रह्म है, और ब्रह्म जिसका कोई रूप आकार नहीं है, वो क्षत्रिय नहीं है, ऊप बास्ते पात्रा. So even when the Sant are talking about the Brahm and the Jeev, the hierarchies are dissolved. And there can be no king because there is only one king. So in a way, what Sant Sahitya has done is take the position of the social rebellion to a kind of a universal rebellion. It talks about assertion of self, but deflation of ego. Their narratives are the narratives of everyday struggle. So in literary tradition, Dalit literature finds itself closer to those literatures. Anyway, the modern Dalit literature associates itself strongly to the Phule and Ambedkar. You all know about the movements of Phule and Ambedkar. I would just try to underline two very important facts. In Phule's discourse, first, as I just pointed out, that he established Satya Shodhat Samaj, it's a question of truth, but truth through interrogation and empowerment through education. And I would also like to highlight how Phule engages with women's empowerment. So he is the first one trying to create intersections between gender and caste. Tarabai Shinde, who is considered to be the important feminist text she provided by Stri Purush Tulna, and Tarabai Shinde was related to, was a part of that Satyashodhat Samaj. Savitri Bai Phule, along with Jyotiba Phule, they established a school in 1854. So they are the first visionaries of social transformation. We talk about the Renaissance with Raja Ram Roy, but Renaissance actually takes place through Phule couple. They consider education as a strategy of liberation. And it cuts across the caste and class distinctions. Then, of course, in our nationalist struggle, Ambedkar appears as a parallel to Gandhi, and all literature in all languages, pan-Indian languages, they associate themselves to Phule and Ambedkar. In Hindi, most of the Dalit poems refer to Ambedkar as Kranti Surya. He is the son of revolution, the source of energy, Surya, which is the source of energy of entire universe. So Ambedkar is the source of energy for the entire social revolution. We all know about these various movements, be it for drinking water, temple entry, civil and political rights, constitutional rights, participation in government, Manu Smriti Dahan, conversion to head of the Department of English, when in her address, Manisha Madam spoke about the conversion to mass conversion to Buddhism. Then also are his interventions important for Hindu and Muslim women, the constitutional rights, the framing of the constitution with rights to each and every social group. Most of the literature, Dalit literature, picks up the debate of Gandhi and Ambedkar in the text. And of course, they delineate from Gandhi's struggles and find Ambedkar's struggles or the Ambedkar's path as much more radical, and they kind of stand with that. Hence, Ambedkar continues to inspire Dalit writing even today. Baburao Bagal's text about concealing of caste, why when I concealed my caste, because both Phule and Ambedkar belong to Maharashtra. So Marathi literature started this Dalit literature. In a way, the first voices came from Marathi literature, and they started with autobiographies, and as we talk about personal being political, what is important, of course, Professor Pandit will deliberate more on it, but what is more important is that these representations have been very, very objective and representative. Om Prakash Valmiki's Dutan in Hindi, if I am to give some names of Tulsi Ram's Murdaya, Manikarnika, Shivraj Singh Bechain, who is the current head of the department in Delhi University, his autobiography, Mera Bachpan Mere Kandho Par. Then in Tamil, Bama's Karaku, and many other writers in different languages. What they have been arguing is they are influenced by the movements of Periyar, Narayan Guru, Dalit Panthers. For them, it is not just a question of identity, it is also a question of existence and survival. They are talking about their lived experiences because they want to highlight the paradoxes and ironies of life. Like Sushila Tagore in one of her poems says, Dukh hame, sukh une, kaisi ye vidambana. What is this kind of a paradox that each time we have to go through the suffering and all the facilities are for a particular group. So I could not find an equivalent word to talk about Dutan. That is why in the translation, the Dutan has been retained. Uttaran, how these groups were pushed to the margins of the peripheries of the city, town, village space, their houses are outside. So there are endless images of pain and suffering. And what I wanted to, I think I'm running out of my time, but I'll take 5 minutes more to encapsulate what I have to say. What I wish to point out is that these images of rebellion, protest, resistance, they transformed the tools of creative writing as well as literary criticism. I think memory has become a very important tool. Memory should be looked at as the, like, kalpana or the imagination is the important tool of aesthetics, defining poetics. The same way the pain, suffering, and memory become important tools of creative writing. They are the origin of the narrative, and they keep alive the contradiction. It translates into lamenting of the oppressor, seeks revenge, it challenges the social order. And most of the literature, the literature is centered around this theme. There was some criticism also because many of the Savarna critics tried to question that most of these narratives have a similar voice, have a similar content, have a similar, what they say is they don't have the Kulintavadi language. The language is very direct or abusive, or it is not a literary language. But this, if we try to shift the focus, this has helped us as Sharan Kumar Limbale, who is talking about a different, and Om Prakash Valmiki, both their books are with the same title, Dalit Sahityika Saundaryashas. They are trying to relocate, and Limbale makes a very important point. He says, in case we are to delineate the caste from this whole experience, so will it turn into the experience of the Sarvahara meaning the proletariat or the labor, or the progressive writers have been writing about the experience of the proletariat. But he says you cannot do that, because you cannot take away the experience of being the untouchable, or experience of the caste from the experience of being of the Sarvahara. So he says there is this tragic experience of thousands of years of millions of people is deeply embedded into the Dalit experience. Most of the literature takes shape from the geographical position you are in, like the Marathi literature comes from the experience of being centered in a particular geographical position, and also the social position. So our literary tools previous to Dalit literature were inadequate to look at these experiences. They were not equipped to look at the angst which was present in the, and because the Savarna writers were trying to kind of, these Dalit critics have argued that they have been trying to appropriate the angst, appropriate the lived experiences in one particular way. So they are talking about a certain kind of idealism which Dalit writers feel that they got. And even when the progressive writers are writing about the realism, their realism seems to be based on certain kind of imagination, which is far from the truth. So these writers are looking at these issues not as a part of some kind of socio-historiographics, but they are looking at it trying to expand the horizon of the literary criticism. The last point I would like to make is about the Dalit feminism. Since the feminist discourse also centers on the experiences of the women, but all women are not the homogeneous groups. Dalit women have a different experience, particularly the sexual abuse and violence they have to bear. In order to punish the whole community, their women are taken away. There are innumerable references to this kind of, particularly in the poems of Nirmala Putul, the sexual violence, she talks about it. Whenever there is these, then there are stories about these prathas where women are taken away before the moment they are wedded. They have to be, there are these bahu jutai, or these are the experiences of the women where they are sent to the upper caste men first. Or the Om Prakash Valmiki's story about Salam, where they have to go and give their obeisance to the upper caste. So there were so many narratives, but Dalit women, while speaking up for themselves, they kind of, I feel there have been less references to these kind of sexual abuses, but they have talked about their position with reference to the caste and gender. They say, particularly, whenever there is this discourse on the caste or the discrimination based on caste, they find themselves in solidarity to the Dalit men. But the patriarchy that prevails within the Dalit households, they try to stand against those patriarchal structures. They try, and their autobiographies, like Kaushalya Besanfri's Dora Abhishek, talks about this kind of marginalizations within the family structures. They have also spoken about the liberation and the empowerment and the field education. Each one of them has spoken about education as the route to liberation. I feel, to sum up what I have tried to say or what I feel about is that Dalit discourse disrupts the existing hegemonies and uh, the aesthetic tools that it creates. It's not only for the Dalit literature. For example, I talk about the memory, I talk about the angst, I talk about the realism, the kind of realism they situate their literature into. It is not created on the basis of the post-colonial literary theories of the West. It has widened the our literary paradigms. It has widened the theories to be absorbed by all other literatures. It has widened, it has talked about power sharing, it has talked about the inclusion. So all these tools that they have used for their own literary criticism are not to be taken only for the Dalit literature, but these tools form part of assessment in other literatures as well. So it has created a paradigm which is to be followed by other literatures or for the entire Indian literary tradition and the global literature as well. Thank you so much for your patience and having me here. So I think it is all about the participatory role of the being part of the reading and writing of literature. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your priceless knowledge and valuable insights on the webinar. You have cleared the concept of Dalit literature. The literature created by the non-Dalit writers is also called or considered as the Dalit literature. So thank you very much. Now, let me introduce the first resource person, Dr. Milind Pandit sir. Dr. Milind Pandit sir, he has been working as assistant professor on a regular full-time or professor at MSS Arts, Science and Commerce College, Ambad, District Jalna since 30 December 2020. And he has been working as a recognized research supervisor in the subject of English under Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. And under his guidance, 5 candidates have registered for their research. Then he has been acted as a resource person in many places, central and state universities, for delivering lectures on the academic and social grounds. He also delivered the addresses such as the keynote addresses or valedictory, etc. at state, national and international level seminars, conferences, workshops, and refresher and short-term courses across the India. So he has also written the 2 books, and he has published over 15 research articles or papers in the standard, reputed and peer-reviewed international and national level journals and the books. He has also worked as an editor on Epitome Journals, International Journal of Multidisciplinary Research, and then appear on Literary Cognizance, an international referred e-Journal of English Language, Literatures and Criticism. Then he is a BOS member in English from affiliated to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad since 20 February 2018. Then he is also the member on the College Development Committee called LGC or MLC of his college, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Ambad. He also worked as a referee on the PhD research panel of Sri JJT University,
Excuse me, sir.
Chudala, Rajasthan. Then he attended the orientation and refresher courses and training programs also
Sir.
on language of TICs.
Am
Yes,
I
sir.
audible?
Yes,
Please,
yes, sir.
Please cut it off, sir. That's enough, sir. Please.
Then he also organized UGC sponsored today national level seminar as the convener on the theme contemporary subaltern writings on 3 or 4th January 2004. Then he also received so many awards for his work. Then the most important thing is here, he is also the creative writer. He has composed the poems. Then he has also written the short stories in English. He also worked as a translator on literary works as well as 3 poems in English published. Then the future plan of Dr. Honorable Milind Pandit sir is he wants to do the research, postdoctoral research in linguistics with a special focus on the development of phonetics of the Marathi language. So we are pleased to have Dr. Milind Pandit sir, Professor, Department of English from Arts and Commerce and Science College, Ambad, and BOS member in English, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. He is with us, and sir will enlighten us more about the subject with the thoughts. So I request Honorable Dr. Milind Pandit sir to talk on the topic consciousness of self in literature of the oppressed. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I hope I am audible clearly.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. So I feel absolutely privileged to be part of this webinar organized by Dr. Kishore Ingole and the team. And as it's a matter of, say, prior duty, I would like to place on record my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Shivaji Rao E. Pawar, Honorable Principal of the College, the convener, I think Ms. Gauri, if I'm not in the wrong, then Dr. B.S. Shirsagar, and yes, all the people that are associated with. My very special thanks go to Dr. Kishore Ingole, who has invited me to this event, academic event. And it was really almost difficult for me to, say yes to him, but he was adamant. And as a very good friend of mine, I had no moral grounds to say no to him. So thank you very much again, sir. I'm really indebted to you. Recently, we have listened to two distinguished academics, the inaugurator, Professor Bedre, who has been a man widely respected and welcome everywhere. And recently we have listened to Professor Sethi, that is Dr. Rekha Sethi, who is Associate Professor from Indraprasth College. Madam, your talk was really brilliant. If I, in fact, deserve to place it as a compliment on my part. There are also other people that are, part of this seminar as distinguished academics. Professor S. Prabhakar, Dr. Mahesh Nivargi, and our friend, Mr. or Dr. Nitunde. And I have some friends of mine like S. Baba Rao and others among the audience. I also have a wide range of friends that are part of this audience. Difficult to mention them all, I'm afraid. In fact, I would like to discuss certain areas that remain mostly unfocused, and that is how I would like to begin with. May I please get my presentation shared on screen, please? Sir? May I share my screen, please?
Yes, sir, you can share your screen.
But it is
But
saying
it
no
needs to
permission.
send the PPT, sir.
Now,
I
can
don't
I?
have your PPT.
No, I think I can share it from here.
Yes.
Dixit? Dixit?
Just a minute, sir. He is coming now.
Okay, okay. Well, how much time am I supposed to speak, sir? Because it's already half an hour more than what was intended time for me. Okay, let me begin. Actually, I wanted to discuss consciousness of self in literature of the oppressed. That is the topic that I insisted on. And as Professor Bedre, Professor Sethi have already discussed, in fact, argument is, debated, and there can be arguments and debates or discussions on it. Is the permission available to me now? No, it seems.
Hello, Kishore sir.
Yes, sir.
Please make Milind Pandit sir host, then he can share the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I made the co-host.
Okay.
Sir, now you can share the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's there. Thank you very much, sir. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay. All right. So I would like to begin my thoughts, which are to be shared with you. Let me begin. Yes. How much time is left for me, sir? Earlier it was almost an hour. You just
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
how much time am I supposed to?
You can talk 1 hour.
Okay, because it's after all a matter of say convenience of the audience. They shouldn't feel bored my talk. In case there's some kind of element that in fact wants me to stop, please let me know. Okay, let me start here. Just a second, please. Yes. See, I have preferred this term, that is the oppressed, and I have put on the screen some definitions that have been picked up from the various dictionaries. One is Oxford's, the other Webster, third Macmillan, fourth Cambridge, and fifth is that of Longman. See, everywhere we find a common thread, and the common thread to define the oppressed has been cruel and unfair treatment. That is, in fact, the common thread of all these definitions I would like to bring to your notice. And why I prefer this term carry certain reasons, certain, say, justifications, I would like to say. Of Dalit. As we come across certain literatures of the world, for example, we have literature written by, say, the African Americans that has undergone, many changes. I mean, I'm speaking about the nomenclature. And whenever there's some kind of effort, some kind of attempt to get this term, replaced, there have been ambivalent reactions. Sometimes we also come across, or we are faced with the, strong reactions from the people, and they say Dalit is a word that, in fact, represents someone's self-esteem, and that is the only term under which the people get gathered, collected, united, etc. However, one thing should be kept in mind that change is the law of nature. And in accordance with this thought, I thought of producing some alternatives for this term, which I'm not going to disclose here because I have been in the attempt of creating a framework of this theory, that would replace, Dalit literature, I mean, as a nomenclature. Of course, the aspects would be the same. However, the nomenclature has always been called in question. So that is, in fact, my humble attempt to, do it on my part. Of course, it may be taken as an individual endeavor. However, this is what I should share with you. Now, here, I think my title is missing from the screen, but anyway, the title is which nomenclature? I mean, I was speaking about nomenclature, and the thing that I spoke earlier of has not been included here. I mean, the exact alternative for the word Dalit, that is not here. But I have picked up certain terms from various discourses and, say, the books and whatever kind of research papers people have produced. See, Dalit was a word that was used in 1958 for the first time. And that is how I began with. Then we have oppressed. I remember that there is a teacher of mine, former teacher, of course, who had introduced a paper on literature of the oppressed. His name is Professor Kashinath Ranvir. Then onwards, I don't know where exactly he derived this term from. However, I wanted to also get focused on the area of literature of the oppressed. We can also have other terms like unprivileged or underprivileged, then marginalized, deprived, exploited, depressed, subaltern, one question that commonly comes to us has been widely accepted and acknowledged by the people as regards application of Dalit. Wankade, Baburao, Bagul, and Gangadhar Pantaune, and also there are some others. However, these terms were initially accepted by the wide majority of critics and say creative writers. However, again, there came a kind of cleft in between, say, these, and then again the debate began on this. has been basically limited to one specific people. And this one specific people are, for example, or is, the scheduled castes of India. I shall introduce some interesting experiences to you. I shall, in course of my time, keep on, discussing some things that come, as that cut across, say, Dalit literature, and finally, I shall get focused upon for a while, not for a long time, how this consciousness of self has been introduced by, say, the writers and authors. Let us see that when yesterday I went through the Constitution of India, the version I have, I did not find this term into it. Secondly, we all understand that this is a term which has been banned by the Supreme Court of India. And third thing that I feel about this term is that there is no change of it. As we find, people drawing parallels between Black literature and Dalit literature. There are also people at the places like Hyderabad who believe that Dalit literature happens to be a replica of Black literature, which is not so at all. Yes, there can be similarities, resemblances, inspirations, etc. However, replica is a word which does not suit to analysis of Dalit literature from the perspective of comparison. Let me also confess to you. Now, if we think of Black literature or African American literature, we have many other terms it has undergone, beginning with negritude and ending with African American. But Dalit is a term that began in 1958 and it still persists, it still continues. Now, this is an area of debate I wanted to also open, before the August gathering, so that they can also have themselves think it over. Now, we had terms like untouchable and Harijan formally. And we understand that Article number 17 of the Constitution has abolished it. The very day it got implemented, that is untouchable. Then Harijan is also a word which has been, objected to for a long time, and even today that has been considered highly humiliating. And there are undertones of interpretation of it. Say, Harijan has been interpreted variously. One, it is, interpreted as, someone who is born of illegal relationship, illegal or illicit physical relationship between, say, the priest of a temple and the girl that is devoted to that temple. So the offspring of this union, this illicit union, is termed as Harijan, and that is why the people instantly get irritated, shocked, and upset over it. Second thing is that Harijan is a word which has been in fact discussed by Dhananjay Keer in the biography of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. If you go through the Marathi version of that biography, you find that pages between 333 and 335, there has been a special discussion devoted to this term. And in that, Dhananjay Keer has defined it as a term that has been very often referred to the land slaves of Gujarat, which means this term carries no respect, no dignity at all. And it was a ploy created by certain, people that were treated, that were considered great by the majority of Indians. For example, we have Gandhi. who usually used this term, and he had also launched a chronicle entitled Harijan. And we understand that there was a debate between Gandhi and Ambedkar on this issue, and that was a fiery debate. And there was an over idealistic interpretation of this word as children of God, which actually cannot be, a matter to be entertained. And if we also read, an article which was published in, I suppose, Harijan itself, or maybe Navjivan. I think it was Harijan, the title of which the ideal Bhangi, and we can understand how much sympathetic the writer of that article is towards the scheduled caste. Sorry, any problem from my side? Okay, then there are certain questions I would like to put to you so that it can facilitate my argument to understand. Who is a Dalit? For example, we have maybe a class 1 officer or maybe a government employee, and he is from the scheduled castes. You ask him a question or her question. Are you a Dalit? I'm almost 100% sure that the answer would be no. I'm not a Dalit. Because this person feels, sir, Ingole sir,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
any disturbance from my side?
No, no, sir. No, sir.
I think
One
there's
participant was there.
Okay, okay. So even if a person belongs to the scheduled castes, he or she feels insulted being called as a Dalit. Second thing, who prefers being called Dalit? Madam has rightly said that the people that represent Dalit sensibility who are not Dalit but represent Dalit sensibility should be treated as Dalit. Of course, that's a very good thought and a welcome suggestion as well. But the question is, if these people represent Dalit sensibility, for example, we have Mulk Raj Anand, who has written on the topic of, say, untouchables. We have that so-called classic novel, I call it so-called deliberately, untouchable. If we asked, this is just a hypothetical question. If we asked Mulkraj Anand if he is happy to be called a Dalit, then the answer, I suppose, of course, I may be in the wrong, that he would deny being called a Dalit. So who prefers being called Dalit? That is again a question. We have Mahashweta Devi too. Unfortunately, she is not with us now. If we ask her if she is a Dalit, I wonder if she would openly say that she is the one. And if the scheduled castes themselves reject being called as Dalits, I don't think anybody else would be ready, to be termed under this. I remember one lady who had presented a brilliant paper upon Dalit literature at Central University of Hyderabad, where I was a resource person. And when the people complimented her at the end of her presentation as very nice presentation, and we are proud of you as a Dalit presenter, and she instantly stopped the compliment and she said, well, I'm very much grateful to you for this compliment. However, let me clarify it that I'm not a Dalit. So the second question, I do believe, carries a lot of weighting from the perspective of developing a discourse on whom we should call Dalit. Third thing is, who is a proud Dalit? And I haven't come across the people saying we are proud Dalits. There may be some, but at least my experience is like this. That is why I'm sharing it with you. You can treat it as an individual experience. Then second thing, does one feel good being termed as Dalit or an SC? If we put two terms before the person, would that person prefer Dalit or SC? This is again a matter of, say, what we can say, indeterminacy. And if we practice these questions, we would, I think, find greater substance to develop some amount of, say, cogitation on this. Okay, so I have also put the crux, and the crux is that this term is mostly used to draw on political or to draw up political mileage because it affords that. We find that in political circles, the people still get, stuck to this term. They consider this to be of great use, of great value, etc., etc. And the people that believe that this word unites the people, I think this is just a kind of hallucination. Now, who are the oppressed? I have done my, uh, discussion on the term Dalit. I'm finished with it. Now, let me get converted to, get me shifted to this term that is the oppressed. Who are the oppressed? And majorly we find that the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, women, disabled, African Americans, Jews, LGBTQIA plus, etc. have been treated as the oppressed. I'm not going to discuss them all because we are minus time, and we also have the grounds of oppression. For example, we have communal, social, grounds of gender, then there's discourse of class. And this discourse of class has been greatly misleading, particularly in the context of India. If it is discussed as a secondary phenomenon, I suppose the discussion may be successful. But if the people wish to replace caste with class, they are going to produce a miasma of great misunderstanding. Let me categorically tell you. So the grounds of class also lead to oppression, but in India, rather than class, caste is the hardcore, the basic reality, fundamental reality. Then we have the grounds of race, ethnicity, politics. There's then also the ground of economy, culture, religion, etc. Now, these are the grounds that have been used to oppress the people. And the bitter fact is also there. And that bitter fact is an oppressed member hardly supports their likes. Whether, for example, when we take two women, we have one woman not supporting the other. In the majority of cases, this happens. There are exceptions, and there have been whenever we speak of something. And as regards this bitter fact, let me also share an example with you, which I had heard from an expert of, say, this area of feminism from Odisha. And she had shared an experience which, in fact, made us shudder. She said that there was a lady professor who spoke about feminism, who always delivered a talk as an authority on feminism. And going back home, she used to make her daughter-in-law sleep on the bare staircase of the house. See, this is how I have, said that there are bitter facts which are beyond our sight. So an oppressed member. I mean, if a woman considers herself oppressed, she should also support the cause of another oppressed candidate. I remember there was my teacher, of course, an ideal one and whom I admire and revere a lot, Professor Mabel Fernandez. I remember she strongly protested the case of, women, and she always wanted women in the forefront. Of course, she was a practicing feminist, let me quite tell you. And she was successful to a great extent in bringing a respectable treatment meted out to women. There are, of course, the people of this sort as well, but we have, for example, the people of the same feather flock that do not support each other, which ultimately supports the oppressive contingent or oppressive system. This is also a big fact. For example, take the instance of the scheduled castes. They are not ready to support each other. Scheduled tribes, the same thing. The backward communities, then again, the battle of superiority and inferiority takes place amongst them. So when can we, for example, bring the phenomenon of injustice to book? It is not possible until there is proper understanding amongst the folks. Anyway, we have the case of feminism. For example, feminism versus womanism. White feminism did not account for the black women, which is why there was womanism, the movement that was pioneered by the people like, Alice Walker. We have feminism versus subaltern feminism. Madam was speaking about Dalit feminism. This is prevalent in the books like The Weave of My Life, Karakku, then we have The Prisons We Broke, and there are many more texts of this kind in which we find that there is feminism which is composed by the oppressed groups. Now, the mainstream feminism of India did not account for that. For example, we can realize this out of the discussions presented by Kumut Paude and Urmila Pawar themselves. They said that when they started fighting for the rights of women, with the privileged women class or privileged women, they found that these privileged women did not allow the factor of caste into their movement. So again, this is the reason that we have a different kind of feminism composed by the oppressed classes. Why? Because they said, I remember Gayatri Spivak's statement that was related by her to the discussion of a black woman. She said, if you're black and poor, you are found in a triple jeopardy. You're jeopardized triply. How? Number one, because you're black, it is a matter of racism. Number two, because you're poor, it is a matter of class. And number three, because you are a woman, that is gender. So we have race, class, and gender. So this is the triple jeopardy she has discussed in her theory of subalternity. I don't justify even the word subaltern, but I have put it here for the sake of, temporary convenience here. Anyway, so finally, even if you are wife of a black man, your husband dominates you because you are a woman. Similarly, we have this triple jeopardy found in the Indian context. If you are a woman from, say, the oppressed caste, number one, Because you are woman, you have to suffer at the hands of patriarchy. Number two, because you're poor, you have to suffer at the hands of, say, economic dominance. And number three, it's a matter of your sorry, uh, yes, it is caste, class, and poverty itself. I mean, gender. So here as well, you find the additional factor is that of caste. So caste was not accounted for because these women have been mistreated on the grounds of caste. And when the issue of caste was discussed, the privileged class women did not entertain them, and they had to go for a different establishment of movement of their own. That is feminism of themselves. Then I wouldn't like to deal with the books like Jew versus Jew, black skin, white mask. And there's a book by Sharan Kumar Limbare, Dalit Brahman. That's a very good book. It's a good read. When we go through that, he has tried to expose how the people from scheduled castes try to emulate the Brahminical culture. So that is again, we find that these people create their own individual space. And we have a book by Namdev Dasar, Dalit Pantheric Sangharsh, which was the last book by him. In that, Namdev Dasar has told the story of how the movement has been split on various grounds. That means you are the people of the same folk. You have been subjected to the same kind of injustice. However, together you don't wish to fight out the element of oppression because the matter of ego, there are personal interests, vested interests as well that prevent you from fighting, successfully fighting the element of oppression. So this is again a big hurdle. And the intellectuals, I mean, this is really a great tragedy. They form a great barrier. Listen to or read any intellectual from, say, this category of the oppressed. This person always keeps the people misled. And the intellectuals, of course, there are respectable exceptions, of course. However, you find that the people that have mastered the area of, say, studying the oppressed people, the conditions, etc., they instantly start misleading the people. To realize this, I can give you just one example. You read a book edited by Anand Teltumbde and Suraj Engde. They have been very well-known figures and great public intellectuals by their own standards. And although they themselves call as public intellectuals, they have themselves admitted that the established scholars still call them Dalit scholars. That means they neither belong here nor there. Whatever the case, my point is, these intellectuals have that knack of KNACK, I mean, misleading their readers. I wouldn't like to expand this point further because it would again consume our time and yes, other debates would come in. So that book would best describe how the intellectuals mislead their readers, and that produces a great barrier. Now, I would like to request you to go through certain, say, segments of that book in which Dr. Ambedkar has been simply belittled. If you really wish to understand the fact, I know that the making of a scholar from, say, the oppressed category has been respected by all. And once this scholar is recognized, that scholar starts considering about Dr. Ambedkar himself. And this is in fact a matter that forms barrier. And there are, micro organizations led by the people, and nobody wants to be a follower Everyone wants to be a leader. That is again the problem. Anyway, now the next thing is about how is the self-consciousness developed in literature. See, when I went through this narrative by Frederick Douglass, it was some 4 years ago. I could not sleep for, say, a week at least. I wanted to derive the exact quotes from that book, but I'm afraid I couldn't find that copy for myself readily. So I had to then go back to Wikipedia and find out this quote. See, Frederick Douglass, if we go through his writing, never seems to be a person being slave. And the kind of language he develops his narrative through, that is English, has been almost completely native. And the way he presents his ideas, ideas of suffering, ideas of, say, the movement, etc., simply bewitches us. Let us see this example. When he was about 12 years, his master was Mr. Auld, Mr. Auld, and Hugh Auld, the name of his master. His wife was Sophia. So there are two characters that have been very often discussed in the history of African American literature. One is Sophia, the other is, and Sophia was a white lady, and the other is Rosa Parks, who was responsible for the great strike that was necessitated under the able leadership of, I suppose, Martin Luther King Jr. in the United States of America. That's a very interesting episode in the history of African American movement. Anyway, so Hugh Auld saw that his wife was teaching English alphabet to Frederick Douglass, and she wanted him to be educated so that he could free himself and lead a better life. As we all understand, education is the most fundamental means that can help us bring about any kind of change. And this is what actually Sophia wanted in life of this slave boy in his teenage. And Hugh Auld entered and he asked his wife, "What are you doing?" And she said, "I'm teaching him English alphabet." And see the quote that he presents here. I'm sorry. What he says is, knowledge unfits a child to be a slave. I mean, if you educate this boy, who would work for us? I mean, he would realize that he is a slave and he would free himself. Whereas we, the white people, need a great amount of people to be our slaves. And there, what Frederick Douglass says is very, interesting, and it's a historic statement we should note. And he says, it was the first decidedly anti-slavery lecture. So here, the consciousness entered his personality, and there onwards he never looked back. If we go through this autobiography, I mean, there are very autobiographies that I have been, greatly influenced. The most important being that of Dr. Ambedkar's Waiting for a Visa. I mean, I would like to say that the autobiography that has influenced me most has been that of Dr. Ambedkar's Waiting for a Visa, and the autobiography that has made me weep. I don't know how I could not restrain my emotions while going through that. However, that is the autobiography that has very often made me weep as well. And not only that, it carries, great amount of inspiration. Anyway, so this is another autobiography which I very much liked. Of course, this is personal. So Frederick Douglass started developing consciousness of self inside himself, and he left that field at Baltimore, that is the location, and he left it forever. And he moved here and there, collecting the people, assembling the people together, delivering them anti-slavery lessons, and finally he succeeded in doing that. How does this happen? I mean, what is the provenance, or what is the origin of, say, this inspiration, or what is the origin of this consciousness about self? And then we find that the first thing is education. Then we have ideology, we have movement, we also have motivation by others and by self. Ambience is also there, and occasion. So here we can describe this, that occasion has inspired Frederick Douglass to be, conscious of himself. Now, ideology I shall come to later on, maybe at the end of my discussion. Then I would like to present an excerpt from the story Poisoned Bread, which has been composed, or actually the title of that anthology has been eponymous. And it is Poisoned Bread. There's the author himself, who goes to his mother's father, that is grandfather on his mother's side. With his grandfather, he goes to the field of a person called Bapu Patil. Now, see, Patil is again a term which does not belong to a specific category of people. There can be Patil in many communities, and there are Patils even amongst the scheduled castes. However, it is a common kind of mentality that we find amongst every kind of Patil. So Bapu Patil is the owner of that field upon which Yetaya, the grandfather, works. And these are the days inspired by Dr. Ambedkar's movement. And, there is a kind of taunt thrown by Patil to or at Yetare. And he says, you people now are trying to be equal to us. You're demanding equality, etc. And he says, however educated, even if a barrister, a Maharbi, he cannot become a Brahmin. I mean, this kind of, say, innuendo he throws at this man who is his servant. And this man has to work just free of cost, doesn't get anything in return but the stale pieces of bread which have been rejected even by the animals like bullocks. But this, these crumbs of bread have been taken to house, cooked up, eaten, and finally it dies. This is how the story is. That is poison bread. Nobody poisons that bread, but it is the crumbs that automatically turn into poison. So this Patil says to him, how could you say that? After having said this, Yetaya, replies to the party. How could you say that, Anna? This Yetaya is certainly not one of those claiming equality. Here I have put this quote deliberately to bring about, actually to bring to your notice the difference of generations, or difference between generations. So grandfather's generation has been absolutely submissive, whereas the grandson's generation is not. And to this, Bapu Patil replies, come on, don't you know the rain god got enraged because of you? Mahars and monks have profaned religion and abandoning caste, have defiled Lord Vitoba of Pundarpur. Now see, if anything bad, anything worse happened, generally these scheduled castes of Maharashtra, that is Mahars and monks, have been blamed for that. That was a kind of feeling of hatred towards these people, and the same thing you find happening here. And then grandson is conscious of his self and what he speaks. Let us see. Patil, will you kindly tell me what you meant when you accused us of forgetting religion, abandoning a caste, and of polluting the god? And if a religion can't tolerate one human being treating another simply as human being, what's the use of such an inhumane religion? And if our mere touch pollutes the gods, why were the Mahars and monks created at all? And would you please tell me the name of the god whom the Mahars and monks can claim as their own? Now see the difference. Grandfather refers to Patil as Anna. Anna is a respectable alias. Generally, in Maharashtrian families, particularly families of yesteryear, nobody was called by first name, but there were certain aliases like Anna, Tatya, Kaka, Bapu, etc., used by the people to refer to them. See the kind of respect this grandfather offers to this Patil. Of course, joining hands, that is called a Johar. Johar is obeying to, say, a person and saying Johar. That means we come to surrender to you, etc. But here, see, grandson who is just a boy, he does not call him Anna. Instead, he calls him Patil because he is educated, because he is inspired by Dr. Ambedkar's movement. So he says, Patil. And see, he says, why do you accuse us of the things like forgetting religion or abandoning caste? I mean, we are not crossing the limit of caste, but you're telling that, and we pollute the God. So is there any God that we can claim? And second thing he says, if this religion puts this kind of characteristic difference between you and us, this religion is inhumane. See, the consciousness of self can be particularly seen in the terms like Patil. Second thing, inhumane religion, and then asking questions. This is self-consciousness. So the generations have changed, and there's the sense of, say, self-consciousness. For example, this boy doesn't wish to surrender to this party. This is the transformation caused by, say, inspiration, which he received from Dr. Ambedkar. As I said to you, when I mentioned certain words here, for example, ideology or ideology. So this is Dr. Ambedkar's ideology to throw off the burden of slavery. That is what it happens like. I know that time is almost to its but end. I had so many things to discuss further, but then I would just like to take 5 more minutes and then I shall take your leave there. There's another story, Livelihood by Bhimrao Shirvale. I usually refer to this story once I had referred to it while delivering a talk on disability at Jalgaon. Now, I have put in a different subject here. And as Madam was speaking about language of Dalit literature, direct, it is not only direct, but it is highly insulting to the listener as well. However, that language also has its own background. This language presents the overall anger which has been seething in these generations for centuries together. And that comes that way. Initially, this language was treated as obscene, indecent, etc. However, there were the people, even the people from, say, the established classes of people like P.L. Deshpande, we have Vijay Tendulkar, who have been prominent writers of established literature. They also justified this language. For example, when you have been treated this way, that language would automatically find its rent. This is how the people started considering later on. Now, this dialogue has been full of the language that has been otherwise considered taboo in, say, the established societies, but here that is the language of common discourse. In this story, we find that Kashi is a character that has been impoverished, that has been exploited by many. the established community members. Not only that, even her own husband exploits her a lot. And as a result of it, how long is she going to bear that? Now, here there's no question of ideology, but it is the excess of suffering that then, of course, the occasion we can call that brings about this kind of language that generates this kind of language in her. So her husband is a bootlegger and just like a ruffian, and he tries to attack her once and she blinds him in one eye and shoves him out of the house. He goes to prison, and coming back from there, he finds that his wife has borne him a son, and that son is disabled, by birth. And now he realizes that making capital of that boy, she is begging and earning a lot of money on the footpath, or say what we pedestrian say way. Uh, uh, she has collected a lot of money from people, and now he wants to use that boy as a means of his survival, as his wife has already used. Now let us see the dialogue. Kashi, her name is. If you had any decency and shame, you wouldn't have shown your face here, you bastard, son of a bitch. Now see, bastard and son of a bitch are the words that are generally considered as taboos. Any dictionary would tell us that. Swear words have been used here. And no community today in particular would accept such kind of language. However, she is expressly expressing herself. And now Kesu says, mind your tongue, you whore. Now see the word whore, which is not generally found in an ideal discourse. I've come to claim my earnings. Now he is again trying to pose his patriarchal attitude upon her. But she is not now ready to bear the brunt of his anger. She is not ready to bear any kind of suffering because she has already suffered a lot. And now she answers him back in his own tongue. And she says, what earnings? You hadn't given me your mother's cunt, had you? Now see the language, see the vocabulary. And that is where there was a consistent demand, and there still is, that there be a special dictionary of Dalit discourse. Now, the point is, here a woman gets conscious of herself otherwise. And another thing that we find here is the oppressed also oppress the oppressed. The oppressed become oppressors. That means they also join in hands with the oppressive system. They follow that ideology. We have a similar example in Aidan, that is the view of my life. When Urmila Pawar's husband beats her, she instantly gets angry with him and she says, you are no one else but Manu. See the kind of blood that is all Manu's. I do not exactly remember the words, but I'm paraphrasing that language here, the dialogue. So she says, Manu exists in you, even if you are from the scheduled caste, even if you are untouchable, which exactly means that not all the oppressed are the victims. Among them, there are also a few, I wouldn't say many, a few who function as oppressors. So even that oppression among the oppressed generates a sense of self-consciousness. Now, I would like to speak about the ideologues and then I shall close. I would be happy to welcome your questions. See, this literature which is or which was or which is normally called as Dalit literature, has been considered as mainly inspired by this trinity. In particular, Dr. Ambedkar is considered as father of this literature. We have Mahatma Phule before that, and we also have Rajarshi Shahu. The ways of Rajarshi Shahu Maharaj are found in his actions rather than his expressions. But Mahatma Phule and Dr. Ambedkar have produced a great corpus of literature. Mahatma Phule, creative writing as well as intellectual writing, and Dr. Ambedkar's writing has been highly philosophical, that we call non-fiction. Now, see, there are so many examples, incidents, and writings, and so many kinds of writing by Mahatma Phule that can inspire a sense of self-consciousness amongst the people. But the very basic inspiration that he put to people has been this, and that is in Marathi as Vidye vina mati geli, mati vina niti geli, niti vina gati geli, gati vina vitta geli, vitta vina shudra kasle itke anartha eka avidyene kele. That means no education, no intellect. If there's education, there's intellect. No intellect, no ethic or value system. That means if education is lost, intellect is lost. If intellect is lost, ethic or value system is also lost. If ethic is lost, dynamic is also lost. If dynamic is lost, money is lost. If money is lost, the Shudras get demoralized. And all these losses are caused by non-education. They are affected by non-education. Now this, say, short excerpt, poetic excerpt by Mahatma Phule has functioned all the time one of the prime sources to raise the level of consciousness amongst his followers. Second thing, we have certain principles put in by Dr. Ambedkar to the people. As Madam had rightly said, he has, I think it was the convener who had read it out, that Dr. Ambedkar has been limited to a specific kind of people. Yes, she has rightly said it. And this is a big tragedy that Dr. Ambedkar is still misunderstood in this country, whereas he has been celebrated in a grand manner abroad. So he has been included in the various curricula, and the books like The Problem of the Rupee and Who Were the Shudras, in particular, Annihilation of Caste, have been immensely celebrated. They have been immensely read out. And that, in fact, keeps the people over there, particularly in American, European contexts, inspired time and again. What principles did he put to people? This is just, as John Ruskin has very often said, it is the followers that finish off their ideologue, or that their model, a person they consider as their hero. So hero worship again is the matter, which has been greatly discussed in his speech in the Constituent Assembly. That is a marvelous speech, which not only speaks about many problems in India, but also solutions to them. So finally, he says, we must be Indian, firstly and lastly. So unity of nation, everything he has put into it. But nobody, has time to go through Dr. Ambedkar and his writings. And he is also turning a victim of hero worship rather than, say, his thoughts being practiced. Anyway, there are the people, many of them, of course, that not only read him, but also practice. But there are also many others that simply make use of him as a means to their end or ends. Anyway, what Dr. Ambedkar spoke about was educate, agitate, and organize. This he had said in the town or city of Chandrapur in Vidarbha when he started addressing a gathering of people there. Educate, agitate, and organize. Every time he valued education because he believed that it is only education that can raise the levels of consciousness among the people. The three principles, then another three principles we have: knowledge, character, and self-respect. So he said, if you ask me my deities, there are three. One is knowledge, the other character, and the third is self-respect. Everything that he spoke was meant for raising the level of self-consciousness. See, he valued knowledge, then character and self-respect. He used to say, knowledge without character is useless, and life without self-respect. See, in that speech, he has quoted an Irish patriot. I think he's Daniel Connell, I suppose. He says, no man at the cost of his dignity can be grateful to others. No woman can be grateful at the cost of her chastity, and no country can be grateful at the cost of its freedom. Just see the kind of thoughts he had, always presented, derived, and created himself. But again, the issue is that he has been simply put out of sight. And the more we put him out of sight, the greater danger we as well as our country would be suffering. This is what I would like to say. Then the third principle, third trinity: knowledge, character, and compassion. See, everywhere, the first thing that he focused upon was education and knowledge. Everywhere. So education, knowledge, character, not only that, but even compassion. Now, if we practice these things, and these things have been found practiced by the various characters. For example, you have a novel by Sharan Kumar Limbare, Hindu, which precedes Nemade's Hindu by 7 years. In that, you find that self-respect and other features like knowledge have been presented by Sharan Kumar Limbare through his characters. These raise the level of consciousness amongst his characters. So there are a lot many things I can go on speaking of. However, since it is time for me to take a pause, I would like to say that I'm really so much grateful for this invitation, and I must place on record my sincere thanks, my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Kishore Ingole, the Honorable Principal, and every member that is part of this organization of the webinar. I wished I could speak more. However, because there are a lot many points that keep gathered in my mind, and I wanted to also recite a poem by Baburao Bagul, that is Veda Aditu Hotas, in which he has, done his best to raise the level of consciousness amongst the people. Not only that, but raise the level of scientific thinking among the people. But at present, it wouldn't be possible for me to to stay on that for a while. And I also wanted to speak about the character of Draupadi as created by Mahashweta Devi, and Bakha's character as presented by Mulkraj Anand, whom I always criticize for the kind of presentation and distortion he has made out of a Dalit character, untouchable character. But anyway, I hope this was slightly suitable to your temperament. Now, I would like to again say that I'm very much grateful to each one of you for having given me patient hearing. Thank you very much. I take your leave. In case there are any questions, do ask.
Thank you, sir. You have been strongly focused on the
Hello.
term Dalit and the development of self-consciousness and oppressed within the oppressed, the principles of ideologues. Sure, sir, the Gwalior bench of Madhya Pradesh High Court has also banned the use of word Dalit in official and unofficial communication. So thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us. So definitely your session was full of enthusiastic, valuable, and very fruitful. Now the session is open for discussion. So if you have any doubts, any queries, so you can ask to Milind Pandit sir as well as Honorable Dr. Rekha Sethi ma'am. So I request all the participants, if you have any queries, so you can ask. So I think that we all will be having some questions in our mind. So we have the solutions with us, with our eminent resource persons. So now this session is open for discussion.
Hello, could I ask one question? Is it possible?
Yes,
Please.
yes, ma'am, yes.
Yes, sir. It was really fantastic to hear you, Milind sir.
Thank you, madam.
It was a treat for me after a long time to hear such a fantastic thought on the literature that I specifically uh, liked. My question to you is, after Urmila Pawar, after all those women writers, those who have written in their novels and autobiographies, why um, why come today's generation is not thinking to write on the Dalit problems or Dalit discrepancies still they are facing in by the employers or in the social and socio culture arena. So why there is no any expression through writing by the new girls or the new women, and if they are there, they are very limited. So what is your standpoint on this? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, madam, for asking such a valuable question. I do appreciate your point of view very much. Well, if we go back to the past, we find that the people had that kind of inspiration, motivation, and they wanted to get educated more and more. And they were committed to movement. Today, the meaning of movement is almost lost among the youngsters. The youth have been misled by, so-called established intellectuals and scholars. And if there is no education, these would not understand, how to deal with the situations. In the past, we also had the people like Baburao Bagul, who were educated to the minimum, yet they could produce a vast body of literature because they were simply motivated and guided and they were committed to movement. But today, if you ask, say, the youth, whatever they have, if whatever they have read of Dr. Ambedkar's original writing, you would find that there would be few rather than a few who would come with positive answers to you. If they do not read, how would they be able to express themselves? And as we understand, we have someone like Shelley who has expressed the idea about creative writing in his defense of poetry. We also have, I'm sorry, T.S. Eliot, who has spoken in his metaphysical poets about the idea of poetical expression. The basic point is that I would like to again bring your attention to what Dr. M.N. Wankhede had said at that time. He said, author is the antenna of the society. Whatever current trends come into existence, it is he who captures them. Today, unfortunately, instead of unfortunately, I would say as a matter of coincidence, the youth are not, attracted towards reading, writing, and they prefer to be, say, the people working undercover in the sense, if you visit a private office and find someone saluting Jai Bhim, which is, the basic salutation, these people hide their identity. That means they are after, saving their own identity. How can these people be expected to express their sorrows that way? We have a very fine story by, Arjun Dangle, Promotion. In that you can find the aspects of the generations of future, that these people try to be away from the society that suffers. And even if they have to suffer, they meekly suffer to an extent just for the sake of their own gains. And the ones that are, they're ready to fight out the system, have been misled by certain people. And as I, in my speech, in my talk, said, there are the candidates who are educated enough but are not ready to listen to others. Everyone wants to be a leader. Nobody wants to be a follower. And if you read literature, a great body of literature, you would be inspired to give expression to your own thoughts in a creative manner. So the basic problem is this, that they are not, very much in reading of inspirational literature, following the ideologues. And of course, as we do understand, the young generation has been more busy or busier with the technological enjoyment. For example, we have the culture of gadgets and all that. I do not mean that they shouldn't indulge in that. However, the prime aim remains aside, and the level of then their consciousness does not come developed as per the expectation. This is how I would like to respond to your question, madam. Thank you very much.
Is any question?
Yes, sir. I have the one.
Yes, you can ask.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you just mentioned in your presentation about the word Dalit, which is not found in the Constitution of India. And it is also banned by the Apex Court of India. As you referred, the same since its beginning. And it's true, it hurts being called Dalit. And you supported your argument with your own experiences and examples. So, how can we set an example, or what stand should we take to eliminate this word from our day-to-day communication or literature itself?
Well, this is again a very good question, and that requires, say, much serious attention, I suppose. Well, Santosh, If we go to Black literature, I mean, African American literature, initially they used it as Negro literature. Later on, they used it as Black literature. Later on, Afro-American, then African American with hyphenated identity. And now both the terms have been used separately. The problem with us has been that we are not, we don't find that elasticity in us to adopt changes. That is, the basic problem. And second thing is, if we go through a variety of literature, for example, literature of the African Americans, literature of the Jews, literature of, say, the feminist writers, that can also inspire us to invent certain new terms. And we can, make use of alternative terms and share them with the, say, audience community. We can convince them. So to discourage the people from using this term, there are some few ways. We can also develop our own theoretical framework which can function as an alternative to that term. Unless we do this, unless we think it over for a long time, we cannot come forward with a term that could be appealing to the people. And I know that there are the terms, if we try to excavate them, they are certainly there for us. This is how I can respond to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Just a second, sir. There's one more question that has come as a chat. Well, I must thank all those that have put in compliments to me. I'm grateful to you. Yes, the question is, do you think changing names for a specific community can bring about change in their minds as well? See, Shakespeare has said, what is there in a name? But we find that in the context like India, the name matters. When you tell someone you are Singhania, when you tell someone you are, say, Deshmukh, when you tell someone you're Patil, you're, say, Joshi, etc., that name, these names definitely matter. And when you tell someone you are Kamble, and the people have somehow a negative facial expression to receive that, there also the name matters. And if we think of certain communities, for example, the Christians, the Muslims, the Brahmins, etc., these communities name their children out of great thinking. And every name, there may be exceptions, but every name considered by them for their children carries deep meaning. And I have personally experienced that these parents very often imbibe, say, in their children, value of that name. And accordingly, that name, carries on the value of it. Similarly, when there is, see, for instance, untouchable. Untouchable was a name to refer to a community. But later on, untouchable got replaced by scheduled castes. You have Harijan, which is a highly insulting term. I strongly dissent it, and I strongly dissent the people that have used it very often deliberately and ideologically. So untouchable and Harijan were the names of certain castes. If Someone calls you Harijan, if someone calls you untouchable, do you like it? No. You would say you are a scheduled caste, for example, and scheduled caste is a legal term. At least you can think that this has been legally sanctioned. And there's no insult behind that because the castes were scheduled there. Similarly, if there's a respectable name that gives respectable identity to a society, to a community, definitely it would always make the people of that community conscious of, say, their identity. Definitely that name would what is your question, let me see, would definitely bring about change in the mindset of people, and accordingly they would be behaving. I mean, if not all, at least those that have the that are capable to be conscious of themselves would definitely work in that direction. I hope I have answered it to some satisfactory extent. Anna Bhau Sate's writing. Well, another question is there. Why don't Dalit intellectuals and critics include writings of Anna Bhau Sate as the part of Dalit literature or the literature of the oppressed? Basically, the majority of people, even if you go through the introduction of Arjun Dangre to that book, that anthology, Poison Bread, you would find that Anna Bhau Sate has been included into the collective of Dalit writers. So we cannot say that Anna Bhau Sate's writing is not included under the label of Dalit literature. It is included there. But there are certain mischiefs played upon Anna Bhau Sate's literature. And that is, he has, of course, he was, a Marxist. And we know that he spent a lot of time with Marxist movement as well. But despite that, if we try to understand the core of Anna Bhau Sate's literature, we do understand that basically he is Ambedkarite there. And the people have, considered him on two levels. On the one hand, you find him as a Dalit writer, and on the other, as a Marxist writer. So it depends upon the perception of people, but basically his literature has been considered as part of Dalit literature. And I'm very much thankful to Ms. Farida Khan, everyone that has put in good words for me. Thank you very much.
Dr. Miri Pandit, sir, I have one question.
Yes.
I am Dr. Siddharth Savant from Dhule.
Okay.
Sir, since 2 years I have been studying on Dalit literature, and I have observed that there are certain texts where non-Dalit writers are writing more effectively than the Dalit writer nowadays. I'm not talking about earlier time, but recently there are certain articles or books where I have just gone through it, where non-Dalit writers are writing more effectively than the Dalit writer. Though Dalit writers are experience-based, as we know that we went through the experience and all that. But still, how do you think that is it the recent spurt or maybe outcome of the text and other things, or are they only going through certain text without any kind of experience and all? My question is very simple. How non-Dalit writers are writing so effectively about Dalit consciousness in their writing? One example I will give you, sir. Recently, one of my article published in Protest Literature, critical anthology published by one of my friend, Shidodhan Kamble. In that book, there was one article written by Kapil Kulkarni, which is talking about Dalit short stories, and where he very effectively presented the mixed submission to stormy rebellion. So is it a new change that we are going through?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sawant. See, the point is, if a non-Dalit writes with that sensibility, if that non-Dalit writer is part and parcel of that culture, then of course that should be welcome. Second thing, they're writing about Dalit literature or on Dalit literature, as you have pointed out. There's one thing that is to be noted, and that is, for example, the texts like Jutan, and you have Baluta, you have say Golpita, and you have many other texts to name. For example, we have Urmila Pawar's Bebitai Kambres or say Bama's, etc. Now, these texts have gained currency not across India but beyond. And since the literature, this literature has been recognized transnationally, you find that the people have started developing interest in it. In the past, whenever the term Dalit literature was used, the people simply used to snub it. But since new theories have developed across the world, everyone is taken into consideration. Especially we have the people like Albert Camus, who has written about, say, the neglected sections of society, and there, of course, they have made the people take note of them. So this literature has, in fact, forced the people, necessitated the people to take note of itself. And this is the reason that even others have started writing upon that. And anything that you write upon Dalit literature, you also have the people like, I'm sorry, that French name, I have it on my tip of tongue. But he has written a good amount of literature upon, say, the oppressed classes of India and Dr. Ambedkar. And there's one book, Dr. Ambedkar and his movement. It is Christophe Jaffrelot. So there are the people abroad like Christophe Jaffrelot who have taken note of this literature, who have started propagating that beyond India. Now, as we understand, a trend that takes place abroad becomes part of Indian trend as well. So that can also be a reason. And sometimes what happens is when a person from non-oppressed background gives patient listening to, say, this oppressed literature, that it is also possible that that person would get transformed and start writing on it. But such happen to be some of the examples. We need the more of them if they really wish to commit themselves to that. I hope this is a satisfactory response to what you expected from me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you,
to some
sir.
extent.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now let's start the technical session. For that, I would like to invite the distinguished personality who is meticulous in his field, our friend, the chairperson of this technical session, Honorable Dr. Rohidas Nitonde, sir, Associate Professor, PG Department of English, Sri Shivaji College, Parbhani. I request Dr. Rohidas Nitonde, sir, to start our technical session. Over to you, sir. Nitonde, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kishore Ingole, sir, for your kind invitation. I am really thankful to the honorable management of the Shivaji College, Hingoli, all the respected resource persons and dear delegates in this national level event. I am indeed pleased to be a part of this event, and it's a great pleasure to be among these stalwarts here. In this technical session, we'll be having paper presentations by the selected writers, those who have contributed to the conference. Among the writers and paper presenters selected for this session are Dr. S. Marithai, from Sattur, Tamil Nadu. Then Dr. Kotra Balayogi from Dimapur, Nagaland. Then the third is Dr. Siddharth Sawant from Dhule, Maharashtra. The fourth presenter would be Professor Diksha Kadam from Alandi, Pune, Maharashtra. And the last and the fifth and last presentation will be by Dr. Sachin Ghuge from Ujjwal Gramin Mahavidyalay, Ghunsi. So I request the paper presenters to show their availability, whether they are ready. And I also request the technical team to enable these paper presenters as the either co-host or let them give permission to turn on their mic. Ingole sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I can see that Siddharth Sawant sir has already raised his hand. That is, he is available and he is proactive in the whole day. So he is
Then
available
Diksha
there.
Kadam is ma'am also here. Sachin Ghuge is also here. Mathali ma'am is also here.
Dr. Kotra Balayogi.
No, sir, he didn't join it. Take the
No.
next one.
Okay. So the first one is Dr. S. Marithai.
Yes.
Balayogi sir is in the meeting. Balayogi in the meeting, but first we will call Dr. S. Marithai, Assistant Professor of English, Sri S. Ramaswamy Naidu Memorial College, Sattur, Tamil Nadu. And the title of her paper is Dalit Struggles, Experiences and Perspectives in the Select Poems of Meena Kandasamy Touch. As friends, you know that Meena Kandasamy is an important writer of our generation, contributing to major voice of the Indians. So I request Dr. S. Marithai to present her paper related to Meena Kandaswamy's poetry.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes. So first and foremost, I would like to thank Shivaji College, Hingoli. My paper in front of you people. So the webinars like Dalit Discourse in Indian Literature helps us to understand the
Is there any network issue?
and perspectives in the select poems of Meena Kandasamy's Touch. So Uttam Kumar's view of Joseph in his article on Dalit is, these people can be considered as traditionally lower caste people and who are also regarded as untouchables and are discriminated socially, economically, and politically. In India, these groups are classically known as the Shudras or the is experienced even in the mythical lore. When Eklavya, the son of tribal chief, was refused and rejected to learn the opportunity under the guidance of the great tutor Dronacharya, only because of his position as a Shudra boy. So this is evidence, even past, especially even from the ancient times, the people termed as or labeled as suffered a lot under the hands of people who are labeled as high class people. So Meena Kandasamy is one such writer, an activist in Chennai, whose focus is on her identity as a woman, as a Tamilian, as well as more specifically a low caste or outcasts in her life. So in her poems, in her poetry collection, Touch, published in the year
Marithai ma'am, you are not audible.
Is it okay now, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, their struggles begin to wails within silent lips. In most of the situations, aggression is considered as a troubleshooting, not as sharing feelings of fellowship. In her another poem, One Eye, she highlights the importance of the basic needs which are neglected for the marginalized people, socially marginalized people called Dalits. So fighting for us highlights the thirst of a poor girl who came from Dalit community. So in that particular word, the poet highlights the thirst of the Dalit community, not only the thirst of the girls from Dalit community for the pot of water. This is a general term. It is a symbolic word, thirst, in that poem to highlight the thirst of everyone in the Dalit community for their rights to get everything possible in the world. So such happenings and mishappenings of the oppressor's life can be seen even all the professionals and institutions, but no one in the world can see the blurred eyes of the caste people like Dhanam and their thirst for even for an ordinary thing like water. So this an evident in unchanged suppression of Dalits by powerful people. When these Dalits want to draw water from the public sources, there are protests, fights, and the loss of lives. In prayers, she highlights the view of high-class people towards untouchable people. Most specifically, the poem tells about the story of a man who came from downtrodden section, who is particularly uh, has been refused to enter into the temple for giving or expressing some sort of a gratitude to God for his wellness from the serious disease like typhoid. So he has been considered as a persona non grata in that occasion, and his gratefulness is considered as unwelcome gratefulness in that situation. Only because of being a Dalit, he is not allowed to enter into the temple by the upper caste people. So in that poem, Meena Kandasamy stresses the importance of these two words, to heaven and to hell. So the heaven is a place for her, purely meant for the noble persons who died for valid reasons in the world. On the other hand, hell is a place where the gods reside by making caste laws. So, for expressing such a strong statement, she highlights the importance of the survival of Dalits among the upper class people. She also vehemently attacked the emotions of upper class people on the basic emotions of Dalits, because Dalits are treated even worse than animals, as they are taught to express their basic emotions to lead their love life in the following line. You wanted to teach other boys and other girls the lesson of how to, whom to, when to, where to continue their caste lines. So from this expression of Meena Kandasamy, she wants to highlight how far the emotions and experiences of Dalits are suppressed by the high caste people is revealed. Nowadays, Dalits learn to fight for their basic rights. So this poem, "We Will Rebuild Our World," highlights their emotions, especially anger, and how far they are encouraging their future generations to show their anger until the caste suppression is done away with. So Dalit writers like and for their better and respectful lifestyle. It is an important responsibility for each and every one of us in this earth to treat everyone in a society in an equal way. So with this note, I thank everyone for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Hello, Nitunde sir. Hello, Nitunde sir. Okay, now I would like to request the another paper presenters, Dr. Siddharth Sawant sir. I request him to present his paper, which is entitled Subjugation of Dalit Women and Indian Film. Dr. Siddharth.
Thank you, Dr. Kishore Ingole sir. Namaskar, honorable dignitaries on the dais on this online platform. I am Dr. Siddharth Sawant, Associate Professor in SSCPS College, Sindkheda, Dhule. First of all, I am thankful to Dr. Kishore Ingole and his team for allowing me this opportunity to present my paper here. Today, I am presenting my research paper entitled Subjugation of Dalit Women and Indian Cinema. First, let me talk about the Dalit literature in general. Dalit literature is an umbrella term, which is one of the most important literary movement to emerge in post-independence India. The transformation of stigmatized identity of these so-called untouchable to a self-chosen identity as Dalit is a story of collective struggle waged over centuries. Dalit is a story of collective struggle that was Mahatma Jyotirao Phule and Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, two towering figures in the pantheon of Dalit history, were the first to appropriate the word Dalit as a noun. Early decades of 20th century describe the extreme oppression of untouchables. The term Dalit literature was first used in 1958 at the Dalit conference held in Bombay. However, as an identity marker, the term Dalit came into prominence in 1972 when a group of young Marathi writer activists founded an organization called Dalit Panther. The name expressed their feelings of kinship and solidarity with Black Panther, who were engaged in a militant struggle for African American rights in the USA. Arjun Dangre, a writer and a leader of the Dalit Panther movement, writes, I quote, Dalit is not a caste, but a realization and is related to the experiences, joys and sorrows and struggles of those in the lowest strata of society. It matures with sociological point of view and is related to the principles of negativity, rebellion, and loyalty to science, thus finally ending as revolutionary. I unquote. So Dalit is not a caste, but a symbol of weakness and subjugation. But now the word Dalit is redefined as Dalits are those who practice equality, believe in equality, and fight for equality. Dalit literature is in fact the writing that are about Dalit. The literature is experience-based. Though untouchability was formally outlawed by the Constitution of India, but in practice, Dalits are still subjected to extreme forms of social and economic exclusion and discrimination, physical and mental torture. Their attempt to assert their rights are often met with strong resistance from the higher castes, resulting in inhuman torture, rapes, massacres, and other atrocities. Dalits are manually scavengers who clean public latrine and dispose of dead animals. If you go by the statistical records, 80% of Dalits are living in rural areas. 86% Dalits are landless. 60% Dalits are depend on the casual labor, and only 37% of Dalits are literate. If you see the criminal rates and all, 3 Dalit women are raped every day, and at least 1 crime is committed against Dalit every day. So that shows how Dalit people in India are discriminated, rather subjugated in every field and every sector. Now my paper is focusing on Dalit cinema. I'm talking about here Dalit cinema. The Indian cinema industry has now completed 100 years or more than, creating lakhs of films. But in this 100 years of history, how many instances can we recount where the lead actor or actress has been portrayed as a Dalit character? Recently, I have asked the question to Dr. Milit Pandit sir about the same thing, that non-Dalit writers are still writing about Dalit people. And still Dalit writers are not writing so acutely and so perfectly about the Dalit people. Is it the negativity that is we can say reflected somewhere? Or in cinemas, there are certain writer, producer and director who has been presenting Dalit patheticity or particularly sensibility in their cinemas more effectively. But nowadays we can see the scenario has been changed with the arrival of Nagaraj Manjule. We recount where the lead actor, actress has been portrayed as a Dalit character. The answer is very few. Nagaraj Manjule's Marathi film Pandri carve a niche by depicting the character from downtrodden Dalit society. Other films like Athut Kanya, produced by Bombay Talkies, or Bimal Roy's Sujata, or Arakshan, Akrosh, Eklavya, or Masan, these are certain cinemas. But these examples are very few, very rare, where these cinemas have depicted the Dalit discrimination, subjugation in acute manner. My focus is here on Dalit women primarily. So I am talking about recent cinema, Article 15, Anubhav Sinha cinema, where Ayushmann Khurrana played the real lead role. Dalit women have been exploited by upper caste community in the name of religious practices. The Dalit women subjugation is rightly portrayed in the recent release cinema, last year cinema, that was Article 15. Anubhav Sinha's film Article 15 has received rave reviews from film critics for its focus on racial atrocities. However, section of critics have expressed displeasure over the film's high caste stance on the subject, as the hero Ayushmann Khurrana, who representing the higher community, but still he is taking the side of lower community. The film is based upon the 2014's gang rape case in Badua, Uttar Pradesh, where 2 minor girls from Maurya community were raped and hung on the tree. The story of the film details the death of 2 sisters and the discovery of one of them was missing, the cousin. The case unfolds by Chief Police Ranjan, who played the role, Ayushmann Khurrana played the role, responsibility for his posting in the rural district. As he investigates, he reveals many types of discrimination. Through his survey, rather when he make a survey at that time, he came to know that in this village there are so many kind of discrimination have been done there, like at job places, untouchability, honor killing, rapes, atrocities on the relationship between people of different races. So film is a kind of presenting this social discrimination in their cinema. Ayushmann Khurrana played the role of a Brahmin police officer who investigate the case, but still criticize the portraying of a higher caste community and how they have been criticizing the lower caste community and making so many kind of atrocity over them. So that was the problem he presented here, where caste support does not exist to save the prosecutor, where Ayushmann Khurrana belonged to city here. The film ignores pursue ethnic structure in urban India, where the Ayushmann Khurrana belongs to, though he belongs to Delhi or that urban city, but still he was portrayed there in the rural area. And we can see here that in rural area, such practices are made more often than in urban area, and thereby we people, those who are living in city area, they do not understand, they do not realize the pangs or the particularly the pathetic condition of the lower caste community who have been suffering all these throughout their life. Article 15, though we say it is a fundamental right enshrined by Indian Constitution, which is prohibiting discrimination on the basis of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. But it is really contradictory in rural area where everything has been practiced. So There are certain Bollywood cinemas like Akrosh, where the same thing has been presented in the name of honor killing. And Article 15 cinema has presented this kind of scenario. Now a girl who was raped there, who was a minor girl who belonged to lower caste community, even the police officer who used to be called as a symbol of justice, but still these people are involved in such a kind of gang rape cases and all. So how could we say that in a particularly rural area, lower community is safe in the hands of police and all? There are certain scenes which is indicating segregation, such as there was a scene where Ayan asked for a bottle of water on the way to Lalgaon, and where driver distract him, informing that they are crossing the path of village where some Dalit people are living, and going in the Dalit community and taking water from them is a kind of rather degrading to them. So there are these scenes and all, where in one of the scene where B.R. Ambedkar statue has been shown, and in the rainy, when the water was pouring down over Ambedkar statue, it show that indicate that the sky even crying helplessly over all the people and their behavior. So this entire cinema, actually film tells a lot of stories about rape cases and subjugation against women, and there are evil customs even living in the society. They have not that kind of right which they has to be. So in the Dalit community, on the whole, I would say here that on the whole, Dalit society is the lowest strata on this ladder. Even the police used to say about the women, they should be publicly hanged, they should be raped. Even they do not have any kind of remorse over their mind. They do not repent on what exactly happened with the Dalit women there in that cinema. So while talking about Dalit empowerment, or rather women empowerment, how could we say that in the modern ultra age digital India, where Dalit women are empowered here, only it can be talked in the city area, but talking about the rural area, the condition is still dark there. So at last, I will say, I conclude here that Anubhav Sinha's Article 50 cinema is quite influential, where it prohibits discrimination against any citizen. Though my paper is about the women's subjugation, but here about any citizen on the basis of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. In reality, upper caste violate all the rules, and thereby film inspires us to go and do something for the justice of these women and all. So this is my paper. Thank you very much, Dr. Kishore Ingole sir, Dr. Rohidas Netunde sir, for giving me this opportunity to read my paper here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Doctor, for your presentation. And you have talked a lot about, with a short span, about the subjugation of Dalit women depicted in Indian film. The next presentation is by Dr. Kotra Balayogi, and the title of his presentation is Dalits in Schooling Towards 21st Century Education and Empowerment. Dr. Balayogi, I hope you are there, sir.
I think, sir, he is not here. Take another one.
Yes, sir. The next name is because he has put in the chat also that I am there, and do take my name. Anyway, the next paper presenter is Professor Diksha Kadam from Alandi, Pune. Her title is A Journey of Dalit Women from Enslavement to Emancipation. I request Professor Diksha ma'am to begin her presentation.
Yes, sir. Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, thank you so much, Nitonde sir. Dignitaries on the dais of the dais, all the participants who are present here for this great program of a national webinar on the Dalit discourse. I would like to first be grateful to all the people who have provided me an opportunity to present my paper on the journey of Dalit women from enslavement to emancipation. So let me tell you one thing, that before I start with the prime permission of Dr. Ingole sir, I would like to present first the video that will not take more than 2 minutes, and after that we'll have a deliberation. So should I present that video? That will be definitely defining my purpose of talking here. Sir, can I please present the video?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, I'm not able to share my screen.
You can share your screen, ma'am. I made you a co-host.
Host disable participant screen sharing. It is saying I'm not able to. I don't know.
Dikshit sir.
No, I'm not able to present the screen, sir. I'm not having that right. It is saying on the
There is
screen.
option. Is it?
Yes, sir.
I hope on the screen you have either present or share option. So
Yes,
click.
I'm going on. I'm going to the same share screen, but I'm not able to present. I don't know what has happened. Okay, no problem. I think I will use that time for my presentation.
Yes, you can now, ma'am.
Right now.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, I can. Yes, thank you so much. I will share my screen now, and this video will be a very fantastic one. This will take you to the history of women, history of Dalit women rather, uh, for their uh, for their emancipation process. Okay, so I hope you all can see the screen. All of you can listen to the voice also. Please tell me
Yes.
if you are able to listen to the voice also. व्हिडिओचा आवाज येतोय का सर?
No, no, no. It is not audible, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. I just want to share with you the video part only. Noise is down, not that important. Yes, sir. I will present. Thank you so much for the patient watching to this video. I'm happy uh, that we have, I being a woman, have a great history, and it is being said that if we want to create the history, we should never forget the history. While writing this paper, I went through the struggle and the history of the women on which I was supposed to present, and I found that it has a great history. It has victorious history, I would say, and definitely that actually brought some kind of energy within me, and I started writing. So, as the title suggests, that this actually is not the life of what we are living. This is the life what we have experienced. This is the life that what we wanted. Maybe maybe some more extraordinary, and we are in that journey. So if we see the history of women, and will come afterwards to the women writers. If we see the history of women, when it comes to India, India has a greater history of the women representation in the movement on the socio-cultural and the socio-political front also. uh, it was Bhagwan Gautam Buddha who first allowed a woman in his sangha to be a part of his ceremonies, and he gave them permission to be a part of sangha. So we have the history from long back, and but what exactly happened? Why they wanted liberation? Why they were hidden somewhere? Why they were burdened, and why they got crushed somewhere? We have to see the reasons, and uh, when we look back, we have one reason that I find is the reason of so-called dharma granthas and religious books, which itself tells that women, as they are weak, and they are women, that's why they don't have right to be a part of any kind of big decisions in the family and in the society also. Uh, when we look at this statement provided in the Dharma Grantha, I am actually surprised that what kind of Dharma Granthas should we follow if the same Dharma Granthas are propagating the ideas of separation and the marginalization, and they are saying that oppression is being justified. And when it comes to the word Dalit, and again Dalit women, and some more terminologies, I would say that Dalit women, they are more crushed, and they are more suppressed in the name of religion, in the name of being Dalits. So, first of all, what these Dharma Granthana and what these so-called religious books did is like they separated man and woman from the flow, from the journey of being equal, and discrimination started. And under the name of tradition and this culture, they were excluded from the social and economical and cultural and the civil rights. uh, so earlier they were called Shudras. I will now take Shudras. I will use this Shudra word for both Dalit women and Dalit men and all those who were actually separated from from any kind of development. But let they have been given the title Dalits. Dalit forms a kind of umbrella term which, apart from Shudras or untouchables, it includes all of the below poverty line people. Women in general are always marginalized by patriarchy. Uh, so much is talked on the word patriarchy, but here, the word patriarchy for Dalit women, uh, it has a greater impact on their existence also. So Dalit women are more marginalized, as referred by Linsar also, because they are Dalits, they are marginalized. They are women, they are marginalized, and they are a part of the system. They are marginalized. So they had to face the humiliation from the upper caste, and this plight of Dalit women is more depressing than the Dalit men, and actually it is kind of a history that we have seen so far. When it comes to the resistance, I will skip some of the part of my paper because of time constraint. This progress has happened not the fortnight. It has a long struggle. And when it comes to Dr. Ambedkar and his speeches, he had already referred in one of his speeches, which was happened in the 1942. He referred that all these women, if we are calling them as women, first we have to consider them as a human being. And if we don't consider them as human being, then we don't have a right to call them as a women also, because we ourselves take birth as a human being, and if they are not considered as them, then there will be no any kind of existence of the particular society. So this was the greater remark which was provided by Dr. Babas Ambedkar in one of his speeches. There are many speeches which are included in my paper on Dalit women's enslavement and their journey from enslavement to the emancipation. But I would like to tell here some of the positions that were pitiful and humiliating in the field that they were doing. They had no any escape from upper caste men also. There was a molestation from the upper caste men in the church. So one incident I would like to quote here, that is of the priest. um, and they had to lick the priest's shoes and be his slaves while he threatens them with the tales of God, heaven, and hell, even when they wanted to go to their own homes before they have had a chance to cook some kanji or lie down and rest a little. They have to submit themselves to their husband's torment. That is referred by Bama in her one of the books. So again, if we look at this kind of a history of women, uh, which was really, as I told, that was broken, and that was not having any kind of expressions. So here, when we come to in the case of Dalit women, they were marginalized in their pursuit of knowledge. They did not have an access to read and write. Just now forget about the English language. So their works were translated into English language afterwards, and so many Dalit autobiography came into force, and Dalit women started writing in the regional language first. So it was started in this way. One of the writers that I would like to give a reference of is Shantabai Kamble, who is a Marathi writer and Dalit activist. She wrote first Dalit women autobiography entitled Majha Janmachi Chittarkatha, in which she tells that that her life is marginalized by both the class families, and her own family members were also used to used to uh, used to have used to have a kind of a claim on her existence. So in a sense, she can be called as the first Dalit woman teacher in the Sholapur district who was called of the protagonist of that particular story. Next, we have Baby Kamle. She, in her Jina answer, translated as the prisons we broke in 1986. She represented her community, critiques the Hindu caste system. It is one of the first Dalit women autobiographies where she talks about the life in a village called Virgaon as a woman of the Maharwada community. Maharwada actually is a proper name, I would say, which is fully referred by Baby Kamble in her book. So it was a tradition of suppression and marginalization, and that was actually always a battle of existence, I would say. Next, we have Urmila Pawar also, to whom I have personally met.
Diksha ma'am, please conclude. We have to
Yes,
listen
sir.
another speaker.
Yes, sir. So in the view of bamboo that is called Aidan, she reflects so many things, and she has remarked so many things as she recounts three generations of Dalit women, and we have seen actually their struggle from the birth to death, and after birth or after death also they are not being escaped from the journey of enslavement. But now we have emancipation, the education, jobs, and everywhere we can see their existence. So in the conclusion, I would say that traditions are saying so many things, but it is up to us that age-long traditions to continue or to remain in the same. In the end, I would say that these writings have proven that most convenient way of gaining support, sympathy, not from the community but across the world also. So Dalits in contemporary times are gaining education, and with the education, they are being emancipated in the stream of progress. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patient listening. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am, for your brief and brave presentation. Next presentation is now by Dr. Sachin Ghuge, sir. And title of this presentation is An Outsider, a Voice to an Unheard Story of Kaikadi Community. Dr. Sachin Ghuge from Ujjwal Gramin Mahavidyalay, Ghunsey.
Am I audible to you, sir? Am I audible
Yes, sir.
to you?
Yes, sir, both.
Hello, everyone. All the eminent resource persons of this seminar, Chairperson Dr. Vedas Nitunde, Guest of Honor Dr. Mahesh Niwagi, dear participants, and evergreen personality Dr. Kishore Ingole and his team. I'm going to read my paper titled An Outsider, a voice to an unheard story of Kaikadi community. You all know that it is an autobiography written by Lakshman Mane. It deals with writer's struggle in his life within the framework of Hindu society's rigid stratification. I focused 2-3 things in this paper. I discussed mute suffering, humiliation, and feeling of anger of this particular community. At the outset of this paper, I took first point, that is education. Lakshman Mane was asked suddenly to join the school by his father. His father took permission to enroll his student in the school. It was shocking as well as it was easing moment for Lakshman Mane, and he described his appearance before going to school. I quote, "Shirt, someone charity covered my body. Mended in several places, it was full of wrinkles. Shorts were luxury. The shirt itself hung loose, serving the purpose of shorts as well. Its sleeves to wear very long. They come hand in blowing my nose now and again." it was tough time for the author. He was outsider in the classroom also. He was not allowed to have physical contact with other students, as well as he was banned conversation. Father has to move from village to village, and his school kept changing. In one school, the teacher scolded or scooped his father for getting permission to admit his son in the school. I quote, the teacher scooped at, you funny guy, do nomadic beggar go to school? If you study, who will weave our basket? The writer overcame various challenges, and he completed his education. Poverty and hunger were the integral part of the community, and the writer focused in his autobiography on this struggle also. I quote, poverty and hunger were integral part. Sorry, I quote the words of author when he was a child. Auntie, throw some scrap of bhakri into my bowl. I beg of you. Some women put rotten bread, stale curry, and things like that into my begging bowl. We ate enough from the begging bowl, and we preserved the rest to eat later. In this paper, I also took the dimension of women's dimension. Plight of Dalit woman is one of the significant dimension of Mane's autobiography, in which one incident happened. That is, a man mortgaged his wife to Dharma for 4 years. Once again, I took the quote. We are running out of time, so I'm focusing very important quotes I took. I have mortgaged my wife to Dharma for 4 years. He gave me 5 times 50 rupees. I had promised to return this amount to him in 4 years. I remit it today. But the fellow is not willing to return my wife. It's completely inhuman. Through this autobiography, Lakshman Mane also attacked on the process of justice. Again I quote the panchayat, about panchayat. The panchayat would get about 500 rupees for delivering justice. Panchayat would get about 500 rupees. With this money, the member of panchayat would buy country liquor and everybody will enjoy. I conclude my paper. The paper brought forth varied levels of dark reality faced by the community. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Rohidas sir. Hello, Nitonde sir.
Hello. Am I
Yes,
audible,
sir.
sir?
Yes, yes. Yes, Nitonde sir. Nitonde sir. Nitonde sir, you are not audible. Hello. So, okay.
Sir?
Thank you, Nitonde sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
yes. B, proceed.
I was about to appreciate the efforts taken by the young scholars in the country, and Dr. Ingole sir's selection was a really nationwide one and made it really a national webinar on the Dalit discourse in Indian literature. So hearty congratulations to the paper present.
Sir, your voice is breaking now.
Vice Principal Dr. Shirsagar sir and all his team. Thank you, Dr. Kishore Ingole sir, for giving me opportunity to share the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitunde sir, to chair the session and for spending your valuable time with us. Now, friends, we are going to listen the another resource person, Honorable Dr. S. Prabhar sir. So let me introduce first Dr. Prabhar sir. Presently, he is working as the Professor of English, Manmohan Sundarnar University, Tirunelveli, and then he is also a Dean, Faculty of Indian and Other Languages. Then in January 1991, he joined the ST Hindu College, Nagarcoil, as a lecturer in English. In March 2006, he joined the Department of English in Manmohan Sundarlal University as a reader. Then in December 2009, he appointed as the professor and head of the department. He also worked as a controller of examinations from November 2014 to January 2018. Then his thrust areas are cultural studies, critical theory, subaltern writings, and media studies. He guided 15 PhD scholars and 32 MPhil students, guiding 8 doctoral scholars, edited 8 books, co-authored 1 and 2 are in progress. So he published 27 individually and authored articles in journals and magazines. He has been presented 78 papers in international, national conferences and seminars. So he is a creative writer and he won many national and state awards. So friends, we rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen the words a great knowledgeable speaker, Professor S. Prabhar, Dean, Faculty of Indian and Other Languages, Manmohan Sundarlal University, Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu. So may I now request Honorable Professor S. Prabhar sir to talk on the topic deconstructing Dalit historiography, text and context. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Dr. Kishore Ingole, the coordinator of this program, and my dear colleagues and participants of this one-day national webinar on Dalit discourse. Good afternoon once again. Dr. Kishore, am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you very much. Say, I take up this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Kishore Ingole for having thought of a national webinar on the much wanted topic, the Dalit discourse, Dalit discourse and Indian English literature. Congratulations, Dr. Kishore, once again. And I consider this a privilege, an opportunity given to me to meet some of my learned colleagues working in the Department of English in Maharashtra, of course, in this digital platform. Dear friends, the topic that I would like to discuss is deconstructing Dalit historiography, text and context. This is how that I organize my today's session. Let me first define what is historiography and how this Dalit historiography is different from the previous historiographies written by the early historians, both colonial, post-colonial, and the nationalist histories, and how Dalit historiography is different from even the subaltern historiography by the group of scholars, say the subaltern studies. headed by Ranajit Guha, Ramachandra Guha, A.R. Pandian, and others. And I will speak on the theoretical aspects of historiography, number one. Number two, for explaining Dalit historiography, I would rather seek the help of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his perspective. How did Ambedkar perceive history, and how did Dr. Ambedkar perceive nationalism, and what is his perspective on caste? I will discuss it in the second part of my lecture. Then the third part, I will explain what is this Dalit historiography and what is the objective of Dalit, writing a Dalit historiography, and what are the functions, and what are the outcome of the Dalit historiography. And fourthly, the second part of the title, the text and context. And for the text and context, that I will have a case study of Imayam. At Imayam, a recipient of Sahitya Academy Award this year, 2021, for his Chellada Kasi. Say that is in Tamil. Say it is a fake note. Right? It is a fake note. In English, we can call it a fake note. And he's a recipient of Sahitya Academy Award, and his novels are translated into English. The Mule, The Begetter, Arumugam, and other novels. They are translated into English. And I take Imayam's The Begetter, right? The Begetter. In Tamil, it is called Pethavan, that is a father, right? A father, right? Pethavan. And in English, it is translated as The Begetter, right? The Begetter. And this is a case study. And say in the case study that I will speak on the important issue in the Dalit discourse or in the history of Dalit, honor killing. Right? Honor killing, say the government of India has passed an act in 1954 itself, encouraging or accepting the intercaste marriage. So this is called Marriage Act 1954. So intercaste marriage was not considered a crime nor a sin by the government of India and by Indian Penal Code. And I mean Indian Penal Code because that is the code of conduct. Right? The code of conduct, and it rather constructs, determines, maintains our lifestyle, our everyday lifestyle, or our everyday life. So Marriage Act did not consider it. Marriage Act 1954 does not consider intercaste marriage a crime, a sin, nor even a taboo. But why aren't we permitting the intercaste marriages to happen? And why do we kill people? Or why do we kill lovers in the name of caste? And it is called honor killing. We are killing the person for the honor of the caste or to maintain the caste. In Tamil Nadu, but it is one of the most developed states in the country, highly educated, where our GDP, the state GDP is higher than most of the states in the country. And the state has achieved, say, 95% literacy, the second literate state in the country, at full literacy, but it is full literacy. And the state has rich economy. The first ever university established in the state, one of the most developed states. And the statistics says that there was an article in the Times of India that 1,600 cases of honor killing are still pending in the state. And this novel, The Begetter, it talks about the everydayness of a Dalit life, and it talks about the honor killing and how a father was forced to kill, right? How he was forced to murder his daughter for having loved, say, a lower caste man, or here we can call it a Dalit man, and a Dalit police officer, right? He was even a police officer, and the upper caste or caste Hindu, the caste Hindu protagonist, Bakyam, she's a graduate, or she's pursuing her graduation, BSc chemistry in a college, and she fell in love with Periyaswamy, a police officer, but since Bakyam belonged to caste Hindu, the villages did not approve the marriage, and above all, they thought it was a dishonor or a disgrace to the caste, and therefore she must be murdered. And the villagers ordered Palani, the father of the girl, to kill his daughter. And what happens in the story, that I will keep it for my last part of the lecture. So, dear friends, this is how that I have structured my lecture, and I will take some 45 to 45 minutes time. Dr. Kishore, am I permitted to speak for 45 minutes or not?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. Okay. In that sense, I'll be happy to explain all these aspects. And what is deconstructing historiography? And what is this historiography, and why should we deconstruct the earlier historiography of India? And what is the purpose of supporting this history? Dear friends, historiography is one of the most contested sites in social science. We'll have to problematize history. It is one of the most contested sites in terms of equations and power relationships and identity politics. Historiography, in simple terms, that we can call it, historiography is the history of history. It is the history of history, and there is a purpose. And every history, in the words of the new historians, is subjective. It is written with a purpose. It has a political agenda. Every history written by any historian has a personal, communal, political agenda to delineate. And therefore, when we say historiography, at the history of India or the historiography, even the subaltern study groups, they call the history of freedom movement, they call it bourgeois nationalism. And if you read the Marxist historians of Indian history, they would rather discuss the facts, what we call the facts, but the facts are not verifiable. And we are only creating facts in history, say in the time or in the given time and space. Every history is temporospatial. Every history is political. Every history has an agenda, right? It has a socio-cultural agenda to delineate. The history written by Elphinstone, the history written by Miller, the history of the colonial historians, the British historians, they only wrote about India, the Hindu India, the Muslim India, and the British India. They divided the land in the name of a discourse. So history is a discourse, and history is a narrative. It is a meta-narrative, right? It is a meta-narrative. And the colonial meta-narrative of India or about India, they divided India, the Hindu India and the Muslim India. It was not ancient India and modern India. It was Hindu India and the Christian India, sorry, the Muslim India by the colonialist historians because they have a political agenda. They have a role to play. And therefore, I say historiography, writing about history, is one of the most contested topics in social science because it deals with power relationships and also identity politics. Apparently, various historiographies are in emergence today. We are talking about, I have seen some slides earlier about Nanjali, about the women. And now we are recreating or we are rewriting, right? We are revisiting the history, I mean the facts, which belong to, say, some time in the past. And we are revisiting the history and we are bringing certain facts with some culture or with some social aspects that we revisit to the time with the social agenda, with some social aspects, with a political agenda, and we create a historiography, the historiography of Nanjali, the history of Nanjali through a perspective of woman, through a perspective of say a subaltern, an oppressed caste. Earlier, the history of Nanjali was seen only as a taxpayer's history. It was called only the tax, the breast tax. And we all perceived, right? We all studied the history of the breast tax in the erstwhile Triangle, and how Nanjali defied to pay the tax. And we never considered this Nanjali a Dalit woman, a tribal woman, or a woman belonging to the oppressed caste who rather rebelled against the hegemony. The aspects of hegemony was not included in the history of Nanjali, and it was only the economical aspect, and it was viewed only as a tax. It was viewed only as a breast tax. So now we are writing many histories, and history all these years have been considered only a fact-finding process. And what is history? It is a fact-finding process. But now we define history as an instrument, as a social institution. That it is a social structure. That history is a social institution. It does exploit. Or history as a social institution is used as a tool to suppress, to oppress, and dehumanize, and to support all the hegemonical, all the agents of hegemony, the markers of hegemony, the markers of cultural bulldozing. And history is instrumentalized, constructed, and deconstructed by the various dominant and subaltern communities. We have various histories. The history of the dominant communities and the history of the have-nots, the history of the marginalized. And two histories are always in loggerheads. One is called the elitist history, and another one is called the history of the marginalized. Then how do we rather perceive the history of the marginalized? Why do we perceive the history of the marginalized, and what is the history of the marginalized? And historiography, as I said, that it is the history of history, the aspect of history and of semiotics that consider how knowledge of the past, either recent or distant, is obtained and transmitted. So what is history? In simple terms that we can say it is knowledge of the past. And how it is obtained. How the history, how the knowledge of the past is obtained. Why it is obtained. And what is the purpose of obtaining the knowledge of the past? Be it the recent history, be it the history of the past, or even the history of a future. It is obtained with a purpose. I studied the history of India with a purpose. I study that whose history that you are studying, and whose nation, and whose history that we are studying. And we are studying, or we are all these years that we are reading only the elite history, the history of the elites, the history of the victors, the history of the conquerors, but not the vanquished, not the victims. And we studied the history of the kings, the rulers, the victors, the conquerors, and the colonizers. But we never studied the history of the marginalized. Even the Mahar movement was not heard of. The Assam tea rebel was not heard of. And there are various insurgencies in India during this colonial period. And there was various, there was a Kishan movement, there was a Khilafat movement, there was a tea movement, and there was Mahar movement, and there was the great thugs of India, and the Sambal movement, and the origin and development of this Naxal movement, the revolts, all these things were not part of the elitist meta narrative of Indian history. And therefore, I say that history has its own semiotics. History has its own symbol. It creates symbols. And Ashoka is a symbol. That King Ashoka was a symbol. And Ashoka Chakra was a symbol. And the Stupi was a symbol. Taj Mahal was a symbol. And all these are symbols of victories. The symbol of rule. The symbol of a cultural hegemony. And a symbol of a power structure. That it is a symbol of a particular power structure. And the majority of the people do not belong to this power structure, and their symbols are not yet represented. And Nanjali is a symbol. It is a history. Why haven't we studied about Nanjali all these years? Because we were kept in ignorance. That we were kept in dark. We were kept in dark with a purpose. And it was a conscious attempt not to talk about the history of the marginalized, the vanquished, and the subaltern, those who are living outside the power structure. So historiography, writing history, I say that it creates, determines, and maintains the power relationships and identity politics. History maintains power relationship, and history is a power structure. History is a social institution, and therefore we need to deconstruct this history. We need to subvert the history by bringing out not the corollaries, but the opposites, the dialectics. But we need to have a counter history. We need to create, or we need to examine, not create. But we need to examine the counter history or the parallel histories in plural. That the parallel histories found in India. And the subaltern history, let me take the subaltern history. I have given a hint about Elphinstone, Miller, the colonial historians, and you rather bring any recent historians and keep them in your mind, and you will understand what history that they have written. that what is their history and what history that they are talking about and whose history they are writing about. And we know that perhaps it was only A.R. Desai, that A.R. Desai, he had a Marxist or left perspective of Indian history, and he only brought all the peasants, like all the movements of the peasants into Indian historical text. And later it was Ramachandra Guha, Ranajit Guha, headed by Ranajit Guha, Gayatri Spivak, right, and husband Spivak, and say A.R. Pandian, Ramachandra Guha, and this say this Bhattacharya, and they all wrote about the subaltern history, and they formed a group. In Oxford, they formed a group. It was called the Subaltern Studies Group. And the subaltern history, it was conceived as an alternative to all existing historiographies. And it is one of the, and at least that we must appreciate the Subaltern Studies Group for having responded intellectually to the problems of the marginalized, to the problems of the oppressed section of the society. Even you take the economical aspect of the marginalized society that we know pretty well, 70% of the total Indian population are living under BPL, below the poverty line, without that they could not earn 30 rupees per day. And 70%, right? 70% of the total population of India are under this BPL. And who will write their history? And who will write the history of the farmers? Who will write the history of the transit workers? Who will write about the daily wages? And who will write about their everydayness? And what history, what historical texts have rather documented the life or the lived experiences of these asylum seekers, or the transit workers, the indentured laborers, the coolies, and the marginalized section of the society in the name of caste. In the name of caste, in the name of poverty, and and we have recently that we were placed, India was placed in, I believe, 130th position in the hunger, right? In the hunger position. The indicator says that India is below Bangladesh and Pakistan. And who will write about their histories? Who will learn about their history? And who will talk about the power structures? Who will talk about the power relationship and identity politics of this population? And it has conveniently been ignored. And the subaltern study groups, they dismissed the earlier histories written in India as elitist. It is elitist history. And Gayatri Spivak, she calls, and all the subaltern studies scholars, they call the Indian history or the Indian nationalism the bourgeois nationalism. It was the nationalism of the elite group and elitist nationalism. And the subaltern history, it is set out to recover the voice of the subalterns, a social group identified as representing the demographic difference between the total Indian population and all those who are described as the elite. So there is a dichotomy. The elite group, the elite minority versus the history of the elite minority versus the history of the majority subalterns, the marginalized. And the subaltern study group or the history written by the subaltern study is called the people's history. It is not the history of kingdom. It is not the history of colonization. It is not the history of victory. And it is called the people's history. The people's history, the history of the oppressed, and above all, the history of the exploited. And the history of exploited, we would say, it forms the majority of the total population of India, and therefore it is official history. It is the history which is very much inclusive, considerate, and has concern about the lives of the people. And therefore we call it the people's history, and the history of the oppressed, and the history of the exploited, and it is the recent Indian historiography. We need to write, we need to learn, we need to document the everydayness, I call it the everydayness of the majority. And we know during this corona period, during this COVID-19 period, how much the migrant laborers, they suffered in Delhi, and how many migrant laborers that without any transport, they went to their native village on foot, and people cycled from Bombay to Kanyakumari. And the migrant laborers, they formed a majority of the total population of India, and who will write about the history of the migrant laborers and what did we do to them? And they were killed, they were smashed in the track, and they did not have money. And who will document the history of the migrant laborers, the history of the indentured laborers, the bonded laborers, and others, the exploited lot? And subaltern history, which is considered the history of the people or people's history, it brings in a qualitative change in our epistemology. It fosters, it provides a qualitative change in the minds of the people, and a new episteme was formed. A new knowledge system was formed. A new system of knowledge was established when we read about the history of the people, the history of the bonded laborers, the history of the indentured laborers, the history of the migrant laborers, and the history of the exploited, the exploited who are living in slums, homeless, shelterless laborers. And subaltern studies group, it talks about these men and women and their lived experiences. It is not the experience which is felt. It was a personal experience. It was an individual's experience. It was an individual's everyday lived experience. And it was shared to a community as a collective consciousness by writing a historical text. You and me, the so-called academics, we never have had any lived experiences of these peasants and the migrant laborers. We read about them from the newspapers. At least we shared their consciousness. We shared their position. We shared their relationships, and we identify ourselves with the migrant laborers, with the coolies, with the majority of the population. And subaltern study groups, it does that. It writes about people. It documents the life of the people. It documents various insurgencies, right? Various insurgencies that takes place in the past and also in the present. And your court verdict, your high court verdict is a history. It is the knowledge of the present. And if you watch, if you follow the verdicts given by high courts and Supreme Court, and it forms a new kind of a knowledge, a system in our mind and our episteme. We have a different hermeneutics. We have a different, we have a different forms of episteme, and our epistemological position gets changed. We posit ourselves, that we posit ourselves and perceive things or perceive the lived experiences of the have-nots, and we approach them quite intellectually with an empathy, with a social empathy. And therefore, I appreciate Dr. Kishore, right, Dr. Kishore Ingol for having thought of this discourse. Discourse itself is a power structure. Discourse is a result of a power structure. Discourse itself is power. Discourse is a social institution in the words of Foucault. And you have an agenda. You have an agenda to conduct this webinar. This webinar on the discourse, the Dalit discourse, because you need to change qualitatively. Or you are trying for a qualitative change in your perception, in your understanding, in your hermeneutics, in your epistemology, and above all, in your pedagogy, in your curriculum. You are trying to bring in few changes, and with which that we will talk about the lives of the people, not the kings, not the queens, not the lords, not the dukes and duchesses, not the Almighty. And man is fixed at the center of this universe. And this man is very much that he is born free, and everywhere he is in chain, oppressed, exploited, trampled, and bulldozed, depersonalized, dehumanized. But the subaltern study group, that we find that there is some inadequacy in subaltern study groups to write about Dalit historiography. I say there is an elitist historiography. There is a subaltern historiography we know pretty well, inspired by Antonio Gramsci's prison notes, and influenced by Antonio Gramsci's this subalternity. The subaltern study group was formed to write about the everydayness of the people. But even in the everydayness of the people, the problem of India, right? Once it was Du Bois, right? W.E.B. Du Bois, during this Harlem Renaissance in 1920. He envisaged, W.E.B. Du Bois, he was the first ever PhD holder from the Black community. And he was instrumental for abolition of slavery in America, and the first ever intellectual who rather perceived this problem, right, with it intellectually, and he formed the New Negro Association. Later it became Harlem Renaissance. At Harlem Renaissance in 1920, W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, Claude McKay, Langston Hughes, at County Cullen, Alan Toomer, and these are all the writers or the social thinkers. And Du Bois' famous book is The Black Soul, and we can call he is the Ambedkar of America, and Ambedkar was his contemporary in America.
Hello, Prabhar sir. You are not audible. I think there is a technical problem from his side. So, sir, have you left?
Dr. Kishore,
Yes,
could you
yes.
hear me? Yeah, there is
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
there is some problem with connectivity, and
Yes.
now I have issue because it is raining. It is raining here, so we find that it is not exactly adequate to write about caste. That subaltern study groups, they right it is a left idea, right, with their leftist ideology, and with their concern for with their concern for the oppressed, with their concern for the oppressed sector of the society. They of course have done a wonderful job to write about, or to encounter, negotiate the elitist history. Hats off. But we do not find anything wrong with the subaltern study group, and they have given an impetus, that they have sown the seed in the minds of the Dalit intellectuals to to write about the history of the oppressed. And coming to the Dalit historiography, the caste historiography, we can call it a caste historiography. I was talking about W.E.B. Du Bois, and Du Bois, in his Black Soul, he rightly predicts the problem of the 20th century is color line. That the problem of the 20th century is color line. And Ambedkar has very clearly predicted the problem of India is caste line. What is India? What is the India of the majority? India is caste oriented. The social structure, the power structures, the politics, the culture, and all our social institutions are laid only on the foundation of the system of caste. So the problem of India is caste line. The problem of America was color line. The problem of the world was color line, as said by W.E.B. Du Bois. And the problem of India is caste line. And how to form a knowledge system? How do we understand, right? How could we say that? How could we try to understand an issue? How could we rather try to perceive an event just by forsaking caste? So, India, it is caste in consciousness. And therefore, we need to write Ambedkar. Right? Ambedkar, he clearly discovered that it was religion. It was purity of, right? I will come to it. It was religion. It was the Varnashram. It was the patriarchy. Right? It was the Brahminical patriarchy. It was the Sanskritized text. It was the Sanskrit history. It was the Sanskrit code of conduct. It is the Sanskrit way of life. It was the Sanskrit scripts. It was the Sanskrit, and it was the Sanskrit historical text or Vedas, Puranas. They only prescribed our code of conduct, our way of life. And therefore, Dr. Ambedkar, while writing or while trying to understand the history of India or even the history of nationalism in India, Dr. Ambedkar, his notion of history is identified with moral community. Very clear. Moral community. It is not the history is not all about the emotions and sentiments of the victors, the victorious kings. It is brave community. It was a courageous community. Right? It was courage and brave. But now, Dr. Ambedkar, for the first time, he equates history with moral community, imbibed with the principles of equality, liberty, and fraternity. How to write history? How history was written? With a notion of courage, with a notion of pride, with an imagined ego, with an imagined sense of victory. And Dr. Ambedkar, he views history and he identifies history with moral community, imbibing with the principles of equality, liberty, and fraternity. If these three are the indicators of writing a history, how history will be written? If they are the objectives of writing history, to bring in equality, to bring in liberty, and to bring in fraternity to the majority of the people of the country. If you begin to write this history, if you begin to write history with these three principles, you will have a moral community. I'm happy, and I ask my students very often, do you find fault with colonization? They'll say, yes, we oppose colonization. Then what did our Tamil kings do with Indonesia, with Sri Lanka, Burma, Singapore, and with the neighboring nations? They would say Chola was victorious. Rajendra Chola was victorious. Rajaraja Chola was victorious. The Chola dynasty, they feel proud about. While studying about the Chola dynasty, while studying about the Chola kingdom, they would call it expansion. If Chola won the battle and captured a nation, it was called victory. If the Britishers came to India, if they invaded, if they ruled, it was called colonization. We need to change our perspective. Whoever rules other is a cultural bulldozing. It is excess. We would call it excess. Allow others to be free. Allow everyone to be free. Allow everyone to maintain his individual identity, his or her individual identity. It is not India ruling other countries. We don't want to rule. We don't want to be ruled. Let us maintain our own power relationship and our own identity politics. And therefore, this is how that it differs. This Dalit historiography from the subaltern studies. Subaltern studies, it brings social equity. That social equity, I say this is all about the material perspective. It is the historical materialism. It was not that it doesn't question the cultural hegemony. But historical materialism and cultural hegemony are the two sides of the same coin. Here, it is the unequal distribution of the social excess, and that is called exploitation. That in the name of social institutions, that we try to justify the unequal distribution of the social excess is exploitation. That is a material exploitation. And that creates class structure, the haves and have-nots, the bourgeois and the proletariats, the owners and the employed, the workers. That was purely material. But here, culture exploits. And it brings in a change in your thinking, a qualitative change in your thinking, because we now try to perceive history as a moral community. History has to be written with an undercurrent ideology of equity, liberty, and fraternity. And his historical method, Dr. Ambedkar's historical method, it borrows tools, of course, from Marxism in understanding ancient history, but Dr. Ambedkar, he differs. He differs from the early histories, and he approaches Indian history from the point of religion and finds religion as a source for the different ideological position. And he brings the religion as a focal point in reference to caste system. Secondly, beside equity, beside equality, liberty, and fraternity, he examines, he problematizes the various roles played by religion in Indian society. And he brings in religion as a focal point in reference to the caste system. Caste system is not just a social structure. Caste system is very much introduced by the religious text. And therefore, he takes, he visits the crater, he visits the epicenter, and he examines the epicenter and he locates the crater and calls religion. And it is his focal point, and from there he views history. And I would rather recommend everyone to read about the caste in India, the proclamation of Dr. Ambedkar, a paper presented at Columbia University. The caste in India, where he talks about endogamy and exogamy. What is caste? Caste, it is, we can simply say, caste is rather a structure, or it is a social hierarchies, or we can simply say caste. Caste is rather, it's a kind of a mechanism, a social controlling mechanism. It is a hierarchy of what? It is a hierarchy. It is a structure which is created at the time of birth. It is birth. And what is birth? What gives you birth? Again, a social institution, marriage. So if man is classified, even at the time of his birth or before his birth, or birth is an indicator of a classification, it cannot be scientific. It won't be scientific. And that is why, say in Tamil that we have Tirukkural, it says, Pirapokkum ella uyirkum, which means all are equal at the time of birth. But this religious text, so this is the counter history. This is a counter ideology. In Tirukkural it says, Tiruvallur says, Pirapokkum and Pirapokkum ella uyirkum. All are equal at the time of birth. All are equal by birth. But by birth, we are unequal. That is the system. That's the focal point. And the inequality is maintained by marriage, the social institution. And this marriage maintains purity of sex. By purity of sex, I mean the mixture of blood. It prevents the mixture of blood. By mixture of blood, we mean intercaste marriage. So marriage hates. People keep marriage as a social institution in order to maintain the caste system in India. And you know about endogamy, exogamy, anuloma, pratiloma, anuloma, pratiloma, and all lomas. They are the victims of the intercaste marriage. An outcast is a victim of intercaste marriage. It is not Sudra. If a lower caste woman or if a lower caste man mates with an upper caste woman and begets, he is considered a swine, a pig, and untouchable. Therefore, marriage is a very, very, right? It is a very, very closed institution in India, which maintains this purity of caste. By maintaining purity of sex, by preventing what we call the misogyny, the mixture of blood, and we are very proud to say, I am a fully blooded. There is no mixture in my blood. There is no mixture in my gene. Therefore, even after the Marriage Act in 1954, India still prevents what we call the exogamy, marrying beyond the enclave, marrying beyond the caste, marrying beyond it is not just a biological union. Marriage, I would call it a biological, I would call it a socio-economic union in order to rather legalize the biological union. And therefore, at the time of marriage, it is not the male-female dichotomy that comes into role or that comes into play the role, but the caste and religion and of course money. So marriage maintains the purity of sex, and we need to rather deconstruct the Indian conception of marriage first. We'll have to rediscover. We'll have to redefine, negotiate, encounter the social institution called marriage. Though the government has legalized intercaste marriage, the caste Hindus do not allow intercaste marriages because and intercaste marriage between a Dalit and a non-Dalit is not just a crime or a sin, but lethal, deadly. And it is called honor killing. Who will write the history of honor killing? Where will you find text? Honor killing is a context. Where will you find the text that documents this happenings in the society? Only literature. The literature and the author alone could rather write about the evil side of the caste system and honor killing. And Imayam, as I said, had a recipient of the Sahitya Academy Award in his novel The Begetter, brought to the fore the caste system, its ugly face, and the cultural hegemony, how the caste Hindus do not even imagine or permit the mixture of blood. And there is a girl, Bhakyam. Bhakyam means blessed, fortune. Bhakyam is fortune. I'll say belongs to a caste Hindu caste community, studying BSc chemistry, fell in love with a police sub-inspector, Periyasamy, belonging to a Dalit community. But her villages, Bhakyam's villages, were very much not unhappy, furious over this love affair. They asked Palani, Bhakyam's father, to kill Bhakyam, and Bhakyam's mother was tutored to aid her husband to kill her daughter. And it was only Palani's mother, old mother Tulasi. She was against it, old woman, the old lady. She was not against the caste system. She was against killing her granddaughter. She asked her son, Palani, not to kill, spare. And on the day, the villagers assembled in their village court, what we call Panchayat. The village Panchayat ordered Palani to kill his daughter. The next day, they wanted to kill, and Palani wanted to kill his daughter with a pesticide. Went home. Bhakyam was crying, and this old man, he allowed at the end his daughter to leave the place and asked her to go with a Periyasamy, her lover. But he committed suicide. And he committed suicide. And it was not honor killing, but it was honor suicide. He allowed his daughter to go with her lover, but he committed suicide because he called it, or he considered it, a denigration, a disgrace to his community, a disgrace to his caste system. And therefore, we need, and this is a novel, right? This is a novel. begetted, and they call it an emotional drama. It is an emotional drama or the sacrifice of a father. But this is a parallel history which talks about the caste system. This is a powerful discourse, a powerful Dalit discourse which talks about the tentacles of caste system, which never allows a Dalit man to marry a caste Hindu or vice versa. There were many murders. Even last week, there was a case in Kadalur, in Tamil Nadu. Kannagi's case. There was a case in Dindigul, Sangar's case. People were, right, the court ordered to hang Ilavarasan. And all were victims of this honor killing. Who will write about this history? No historian, no fact-finding historian would ever try to document this history, only the literary text describing the context. So, dear friends, let me conclude saying that historiography or history by the downtrodden, by the underprivileged, by the poor are different from the histories written by Dalits, because it is a moral community of the Dalit, or talking about a moral community which aspires for equality, liberty, and fraternity. It was not just trying to a material prosperity or a material equity, but a cultural acceptance. By cultural acceptance, that we could bring a cultural nationalism, the nationalism of the majority. And therefore, historiography or writing history needs to have its focal point based on culture and based on cultural discriminations and based on cultural politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your profound reflective knowledge with us. Sure, your session was full of zeal and valuable information. So thank you so much for spending your valuable time from your busy schedule, sir. So friends, let us now, who doesn't need any introduction and known among all of us for his wisdom and knowledge and inspiration to all of us, our guest of honor for valedictory session, respected Dr. Mahesh Nivargi sir, Professor, Department of English, Mahatma Gandhi Mahavidyalaya, Ahmedpur, and Chairman, BOS in English from our affiliated university, Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded. So I kindly request Dr. Nivargi sir to deliver the guest of honors address. Over to you, sir. Nivargi sir.
Thank you, sir. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Honorable governing body members of Shivaji College, Hingoli, Honorable Principal, Vice Principal of the Shivaji College, my colleagues, Dr. Gavli and Dr. Kishore Ingole, the esteemed resource persons, and my dear participants. It has been a very great afternoon. It has been a great day. This webinar on Dalit studies. I call it by the broader title of Dalit studies because this event actually represents a qualitative transformation of our academia, both in terms of debates and in its recognition of the entry of new social groups in the academic field. A number of developments have contributed to the emergence of this field of study called as Dalit studies. And this has been seen as a very, very significant intervention to reassure and reassess the study of Indian society and culture, especially after 1990s. Since the morning, we have had a very wonderful what we call series of enlightening speeches, first by the inaugurator, and then we had Dr. Rekha Sethi and Dr. Milind Pandit, and then Dr. Prabhar. Dr. Bedre, who pointed out that Dalit literature is unique in style and content. This thread was further carried by Dr. Rekha Sethi, who very briefly but very correctly pointed out the rupture in the traditional Indian literary theory because of the emergence of something like Dalit literature. Dr. Milind Pandit, an erudite scholar, he focused very extensively on the nomenclature and the Dalit identity, and addressed the question of who are oppressed. And just before my address, Dr. Prabhar has shed light on the historiography, Indian historiography, from the subaltern perspective, and how there are contesting versions of our own history that we need to think about. We have, since the morning, extensively spoken about the term Dalit. Broadly speaking, the term has three overlapping usages. First, it has come to be seen as a descriptive category that refers to the ex-untouchable communities. Since it is popularly viewed as the preferred category for self-description of the socially excluded, its political correctness is more or less taken for granted. Secondly, Dalit is also a historical category which reframes the caste system from a critical perspective as an oppressive system which marginalized and excluded groups and communities located lower down in the ritual hierarchy. The third overlapping usage of the term is political, where the term implies contesting and delegitimizing the hierarchical social order. The study of Dalits or Dalit studies is thus not simply a branch of anthropological or historical inquiry that focuses on a set of communities traditionally identified as untouchables, but it has also been a rather fluid and evolving area of engagement across different disciplines like literature, sociology, political science, economics, anthropology, cultural studies, and gender studies. Given its almost political context, Dalit studies, quite like other fields like named as women's studies or gender studies, these are closely tied to social movements of the oppressed classes who are now reclaiming their identity, their power, their right to exist with dignity. The sessions that we all have listened to and we all have learned from, have been delivered by very, very eminent persons. And I must thank Dr. Kishore for giving me what I would like to call as an intellectual feast. The question of identity or the questions related with Dalit studies have always been very, very controversial. Just 3-4 years ago, in 2016, there had been a debate in California. Among one of the disputed points was whether schools in California should teach Dalit history and history of the caste system to students. Here the word Dalit also was discussed very extensively. And one of the historiographers in the Delaware University, he very, very, what we call, in a detailed way, gave us the importance of delving into Dalit studies. He addressed the question why the world should study the literature by Dalits. He said that Dalit history in India illustrates and enables connections with global issues of racism and social exclusion. And scholars can find remarkable parallels on policies and practices that sustain exclusion of Dalits, which is similar to exclusion of Black people, similar of Burakamins in Japan, and their struggles to seek social justice and public spaces to living a life with dignity. So these studies have to be viewed in a global context. As a student of world literature, I take this opportunity to make a plea to see Dalit literature as world literature, because one of the preconditions rather of world literature is that the literary text enters into the field of world literature by the way of translation. And we can see now that many texts from Indian languages are entering into the area of world literature by the way of translation. They are well known across Europe, across the United States. So they have already entered the tradition of world literature. Secondly, looking at Dalit literature as a very, very integral part of the tradition of world literature will enable us to compare and contrast it with other groups which have been marginalized in other parts of the world, like Native Americans, Australian Aboriginals, or African Blacks in America. Such communities who can share their struggle for identity, who can share their experiences of pain with those writing in India, can enrich our outlook and our understanding of the whole tradition of literature. I am very grateful to the organizers for making me a part of this scholarly event. And I found the paper reading session also very, very satisfying. Young scholars like Diksha and Sachin Ghuge, and the one scholar who spoke on Dalit films, Siddharth. These are young scholars who have taken up the Dalit studies with zest, and I must appreciate them. We have been very lucky to listen to your presentations. After a series of such enlightening sessions, I rather would like to pay gratitude to all the organizers for including me as a guest in this valedictory function, and I would like to thank them sincerely. And I would like to conclude by thanking you all for listening to me for this brief time. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights on the webinar. We thoroughly enjoyed and we learned a lot from you, sir. So from morning to till, you are with us now, sir. So thank you so much. Now, may I request to my colleague, Mr. Devanand Yevle, sir, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. First of all, good evening to all of you. I am Mr. Yevle Devanand from Shivaji College, Hingoli. It's my pleasure to present vote of thanks for today's webinars. For me, it is a great honor to propose the vote of thanks to all who have helped us in making this webinar such a resounding success. First of all, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to our chief patron, the pioneer of our parent society, Sri Shivaji Shikshan Prasarak Mandals Hingoli, Honorable Mr. Shivaji Rao Pawar, ex-education officer, Jilla Parishad Hingoli. I would like to thank to the inaugurator of this webinar, Dr. R.T. Bedre sir, for giving valuable insights on the webinar. I extend my great gratitude to the keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Rekha Sethi, for excellent keynote address and making this webinar interesting and meaningful. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers, Dr. Milind Pandit sir and Professor S. Prabhakar sir, for making excellent presentation on their topics. Let me express my sincere thanks to Chairperson for technical session, Honorable Dr. Rohidas Nitonde sir, for chairing the technical session and making this event interesting. I express my sincere gratitude to the guest of honor, Dr. Mahesh Nivargi sir, for giving fruitful and thought-provoking speech. I am immensely grateful to the principal, Dr. B.G. Gaikwad sir, and vice principal, Dr. Balasaheb Sirsagar sir, who have given us support and tremendous boost for organizing this national webinar. I would like to give my vote of thanking for the convener of this academic event, Dr. Manisha Gauli, ma'am, and the organizing secretary, Dr. Kishore Ingole sir, for making this webinar a great success. I express my sincere thanks to the paper presenters who have presented their studied papers. Let me express our sincere gratitude and thanks to all the participants who have given us overwhelming response and actively participated in this webinar. Last but not least, let me express my sincere thanks to my colleagues, Mr. Dixit Ingole sir, who has handled all these technical things. Thanks to all the people who are directly or indirectly helped us to make this event successful. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, dear Evle sir. Friends, I will send the feedback link at 7 p.m. So after filling the feedback forms, you will get the e-certificates. So thank you so much, all of you, to join this wonderful national webinar. Thank you. Thank you so much.